Hello, everyone. Weird stream time. This is never gonna almost never gonna happen again. But the only reason is that this is the final day of War of the Visions Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. If you saw my video, I've been playing this game for 5 years. And we are now on to roughly the final 3 hours of the final day. The end of my day. Right after this, I'm going to bed. If there's a little bit of an echo in the feed, it's because I'm recording my phone. So it's gonna pick up on 2 different audio sources because of how it's also having to get the audio from. Shouldn't be too bad based on how I what did I test? But yeah. Anyway, look at this new released unit from 2 months ago. Happy 5th anniversary to the global server. We're shutting it down instead of, the annoying thing about this is that because the Japanese version is still alive and still going, we knew what was going to be showing up for the 5th anniversary, and it wasn't this. It was supposed to be a re-release of the Final Fantasy IX units, and we were supposed to get Kuja. I'm just like, I wanted Kuja, and it wasn't allowed him. Such a pain. All right. One last time we get to look at these notices. And a wonderful loading thing that I never know what it's loading because you can just tap off of it and it will just go away and nothing will load. Look at all of these things that I don't need because I've had the unit forever. There's really nothing else to spend like Visitor on. So we just have all of that. I'm gonna be looking this way and I'm gonna be looking down at my phone in order to do meticulous things. So it's like I'm all over the place. I kind of want to be here because there's things to talk about, things to go into that I really couldn't go over in my video because it would have been 3 hours long. Like the nitty gritty and just kind of day by day experiences. Like if you're here for it, thank you. Like it's gonna be a lovely time. It should be a lovely time, hopefully, because it's the last time I'm ever gonna do this. Oh boy. But yeah, here's the end of service operations, and there's even new things that have come out since this notice that I'm also gonna point out too. But yeah, this has just been, we've come to the conclusion that it would be difficult to maintain a satisfactory app experience and therefore to discontinue the app. That's always the case, isn't it? And I'm out of login bonuses. There's no more for me to get because this is the last day. But I think, yeah, the first thing I gotta do. Not this. We're going to come back to it because we get to enjoy the final 8 advertisements of the game. See what I get as my last picks. They're going to be terrible. First thing I have to do though is for posterity, go into my login bonuses, go into the main login, and there is my final total. 1,892 days. Did I take it? Come on. I would like a screenshot. There we go. That's the screenshot I want. I'll deal with this later. But yeah, nothing more to get. We got our 500, which I will get from the box momentarily. And the 5th day, this was the final day of that. So we've picked up all 59 days of the exact same rewards every single day. I think of all the shutdowns that I've experienced, which has not been a lot. What has there been in terms of my history? It's like I had to go back and actually ask myself, like, what's the first what's the first mobile game, live service game that I ever played? That was Pokemon Shuffle. And Pokemon Shuffle, I think you can still play. I don't think it's been shut down but it's in recurring loops. It's never been added to since I don't know, Pokemon Sword and Shield came out. But I think the first one that shut down was Star Ocean. Yeah, because I'm a Star Ocean boy. Even though I've really just kind of hamstrung that in terms of my channel. And I want to make a video on Star Ocean Animasis, and it just kind of, it's going to be a while before that video comes out, because I still have to finish second story. Wee! And there's my slime boy. Here's my slime. He's lovely. Notifications. Shouldn't get too many, though. I player ID, which doesn't matter anymore, but yeah, sure, this is irreplaceable. The only title that ever mattered to me, and it had to come down to, perfect. As of the end of 2023 and during a live stream from Square Enix in 2024, I was one of the people who was perfect attendance, so I got that wonderful title. I have to remember that I only have to do this on the screen here, so I'm going to be back and forth. The thing I didn't mention in the video is how many titles there have been over the course of this game. When it comes to several different game modes and different events that have happened and different things that you get and different things that you're able to achieve in terms of quests and objectives and milestones and everything like that. To every single unit. If you were to play with every unit for a certain amount of quests, you got a title for them. I think it was every 100, 500, 3,000, and 10,000 got you the final one. So that's 4 per unit. And as you can see, I'm missing a whole bunch. Because when it comes to a whole bunch of different units, why are you using all of them? other than to grind out these. I was never interested really in titles. Kind of showing myself off that way. It's not really why I play any of these games. It's to go, hey, look at me. I'm not that kind of person. But yeah, it's the pink ones that are the important ones. And they just keep going forever. They never stop. Especially when it's like, okay, we got this huge amount of blank space. And I know why, because there was a bunch of units that I just didn't get, and I got during the shutdown period, because they made them a lot easier to get. And I haven't used them. And a lot of them are the seasonal and holiday characters, because that's not what I was saving up all my Vizier for. The limited ones are a lot more interesting because there's not really open space for things like that. Like there's the 5th anniversary title. Then for the specific collaborations, for the other story modes as well. Little special ones here and there. There was a 1-year anniversary. There was a 2nd year. There was a 3rd. There was not one for the 4th, which was strange. There was a banner for the 4th. And then one for the 5th. And then for all of the limited units in the game that came from other collaborations. All of the Final Fantasies that were done, which there was a lot of the Final Fantasy ones that were done. What did I pass by? Right, the Nier Automata collaboration. I'm going to be showing off a whole bunch of units today. I know it tonight. Of course, there was a Persona 5 collaboration that never repeated. It was only a one-time thing, which kind of sucked when power creep kind of took over. There was one for Dragon Quest Tax. That's how I was able to have Slime. In terms of my character there was a Full Metal Alchemist one, which was pretty cool. And what else special here? I'll go through. They did do Nier Automata again. It took years though. There was a Trials of Mana one. Speaking of a game that I recently finished, there was a Trials of Mana. That was like one of the last special collaborations that was done. Really odd one to do because it sh- I wondered why it was Trials and not Visions, because that would have made more sense. Also, there was a Lara Croft collaboration, which was only done once too, but was pretty cool. One pretty cool one shot that just happened. All right, and then we have our guild. Oh, where should we start? I'm just gonna go through my loop and do what needs to be done. And as you can see, I have a whole bunch of Visior up there. I'm gonna do some pulls, see if I can't get a unit that I haven't gotten yet, because I still don't have all the units. Okay, so my missions are pretty much still the same. I have my free energy that I'm able to use in my login stuff. We'll get those as we get those. I guess it always pushes you to start summoning. Let's bring out the banners. Here's the video summon. I didn't mean to stop it on 99 out of 100, but that's what happened anyways. Ready to watch some bad ads? I am. Let's do it.
Learn how to quickly claim Fire Fist Ace. First, claim all 3 free pirates you get when logging in. Build a farming team around Zoro as your core. Place tank units in front to absorb damage. Shirahoshi Seed Blessing provides heals and shields. This ensures your team sustain combat ability. Pair with Marco in your backline. He activates his zone immediately, boosting whole team's damage. Zoro's ultimate skill, Ultra Tiger Traps execute effect, combined with Marco's Phoenix Pyrapple's damage means you only need to make minimal effort to reach the top of this tier. Clear stage 140 and get Fire Fist Ace for free. Plus, don't miss daily login bonuses for tons of free pulls.
Got that? Oh, we finally got a raid Shadow Legends. I didn't get one when I was recording footage. Every other time, though, I was either getting this one or the other ad.
What's that? Where's the action? The clash of swords, the battle cries, the blood. I mean, damn, it's my debut appearance. Now what?
Now I can close this at any time, but I'm letting it finish.
Man, talk about a cliche. I guess it's better than nothing. Once we're done here, me and the writers are having a serious talk. Did you just cut the gameplay? Now?
Use the promo code to get the legendary champion Green Warden Ruark for free.
And if you were muted, you would think that the character was called Tree Hugger. Because I don't care. Look at all the, and I get 500 more. Yay! Look at all the goodies. Look at all these things. You know what these things do? Probably not. It matters. All right, next. A lot of the times I get repeats, but sometimes I will get like, hey, here's the next thing that you can dump your money on. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. You learn enough about kind of these systems to either go, yeah, you are in it for the rest of your life, or yeah, you can stop. And I can stop. I swear. No, this isn't appealing to me at all. Next. Ooh. All right, I'm expecting repeats when looking at this. Well, at least he isn't a Funko Pop. You can't make the dice evil. The dice is already evil enough in Monopoly. Yoda looks unsure. They made Yoda very unsure of himself. Of course Moneybags is a Sith.
Down Monopoly Go and play the new Star Wars event today.
Yeah, there's no way that Moneybags can be like he can't be on the light side. Can't. He absolutely can't. Next.
After 3-year development of a 500-employee team, with utilization of the latest Unreal Engine 5, and the cost of over $100 million, Dynasty Legends 2 has been officially released recently. The game not only largely restored the exquisite scenes of the Three Kingdoms, but also adopted ray tracing to greatly improve its image quality. Furthermore, it employed dynamic weather system. Like the weather varied in our real life, it would be constantly changed on a time and location basis, which could bring you with the most immersive experience. Dynasty Legends 2. Download now.
Okay, we'll skip this one. All right, it was about time for a repeat, but I watched that and kind of go, man, and nobody's talking about it. That's so weird. But it's probably very big in China, maybe.
What in the anticlimax was
Yeah.
that?
Why did they have to make this such a Joss Whedon coded character? Yikes. Okay. We're gonna get that advertisement like 3-4 times tops.
Welcome to Star
Good.
Trek Fleet Command. In this game, you will have to make important strategic
In this game,
decisions
you will
that
have to
impact
play
your
the game.
player experience. Will you focus on upgrading your warp engines to reach
Will
star
you do the
systems
thing
and
to
planets
play the
unknown?
game?
Will you prioritize upgrading your armaments to deal with threats that might arise?
I love this last option.
Or will you focus on a more evasive route and build impenetrable
There's nothing evasive about this. It's
Choose wisely and
will you
become
make
the
yourself
captain of the
invincible and put on
Star
God
Trek
mode?
Fleet Command.
Whee! Star Trek. Play it on mobile, tablet, and computer monitor.
Real good.
I mean, the bridge is built very nicely in order to carry him, but whatever.
What in the anticlimax was that? Where's the action? The clash of swords, the battle cries, the
What a terrible first impression of a character.
The role of a healer is often mistaken for
No, this is a separate raid. I haven't seen this one.
mistakes can be grave.
Use the promo code to get the legendary Void Champion Tahuna Rock for free.
Oh, we got a Grand Mafia one. Yay! Look at that level 1 crook getting put into the van. What? Can be experienced after the beginner's tutorial. Sure, it can. What is... Okay, we're getting revenge. Oh, and now it's like Hero Wars. But not actually Hero Wars. Oh, and it's not out at all. Or, yes it is. Wah. Oh boy. There's so many of these different Grand Mafia ones. There was one recently where it was collaborating with something. I don't remember. Oh, look at all the money. Yeah, you know what?
Mafia, download for free.
It keeps feel like sometimes it'll just throw out an advertisement that will seem more legit, but then isn't. I don't get it. Oh, that's it. Okay. So I said there was going to be 8 of those. That's because the other ones are here. In order to restore energy, you can get another 90 energy by doing 3 more of these. Let's do it. Ooh, we get the Avatar one. Okay.
Earth. Fire.
Dense.
Air. In a time of peace,
I swear there was one where air, the animation of it was just completely messed up.
the heart of the continent.
But I guess they fixed it between then, which kind of sucks.
and discover heroes of legend.
Do the avatar thing. Woo. Whoosh. Okay. Ah, boy.
Ready? Let's go, baby.
The thing is, with Raid and seeing bits and pieces of it, unfortunately, even War of the Visions was making the same kind of things happen in terms of its gameplay, which was kind of sucky.
Now what?
All right, two more. And that's the last advertisements we will see in this game.
Get ready to raid.
Wow, we're seeing the classic. What? Why? Why are okay?
Choose your champions.
Hey, have you never heard of Raid Shadow Legends?
Defeat bosses.
Ooh, boy.
Win PvP battles. Raid Shadow Legends.
Like, imagine you never knew about Raid Shadow Legends, and then you realize that that game has been out for
Shields are holding.
8 years?
Activate the station's forward-face cannons. They will breach the exterior in a matter of minutes.
You know, the first thing I think about when I think of Star Trek, I think about the combat. No, I don't. All right. Last one.
Learn how to quickly claim
We are
fire
full circle.
fistates.
We're
All
full
three
circle.
pirates you get when
They
logging
don't
in.
even
Build a
say
farming team
what
around
this
Zoro
game
as your
is.
core. Place
That
tank units in front
is
to absorb damage.
ridiculous.
Share a potion that provides heals and shields. This ensures your team's sustained combat ability. Pair with Marco in your backline.
Like, it's
Deactivate
absolute
yourself.
trash, but
Boosting whole teams
like, I
with
love that
damage.
you're in the middle of a fight and, hey, did you get the battle pass?
Marco's Phoenix, Pyrapple's damage amp means
Oh, did you buff
they
your
can
character?
buff your character.
Did you speed up times
Use
2?
stage 140 and get Fire Fist Ace for free. Plus, don't miss daily login bonuses for tons of free pulls.
Like, I'm supposed to hit the install button. Absolutely, I'm supposed to hit the install button in order to figure out what this is. But no, I'm not going to do that. You get to wallow away in purity and not take up my headspace anymore. You done? You done?
What?
All right.
In the anticlimax was that?
Finally
Where's the action?
going
The clash
to
of swords,
be
the battle
done
cries, the
here.
blood.
Whew. All right, lovely. Now, a thing that I did not show in the video that I mentioned was the offer wall, which is this thing, which amazingly is still up. Like, this game is shutting down and it's still up. I am astounded. So these were the kind of crap that you would be looking at and going like, hey, do you want an extra 66? Vizier? Do this thing. Complete an easy quiz for 7. What value? There's no value here. Liquid collagen. Like, wow, this is actually horrendous. Get a free credit score. And who knows what else is attached to that. Free daily spin for 1. Get player 120 in that thing for nothing. Well, at least the offers are pretty abysmal. Easter math. Oh my god. This used to be a lot better. Like, and by a lot better, I mean like a lot more partnerships, not just complete and utter crud ice cream visual quiz. What the hell is this? Oh, sometimes you would see, okay, we have a song. What? We have an anime game. Wow. Okay, video summons, all done. So you can see that I have 4 billion right up there. Yeah, so the economy doesn't really exist anymore once you go and get that amount there. To the point where, hey, people were getting way too much money just by playing the game. So that you could do 100 summons for 10 million gold apiece. I was really considered just like doing this and watching something else while I would just get the rewards there, but I'm kind of going like, also, no point in doing that other than to just spend all of my money before it disappears. I don't live in the best timeline. I did pick up a Dark Leviathan shard, which also means nothing. You also get this once you realize how many duplicates of everything that you're getting. So it's like, here's all the units and vision card shards that you were getting. And these are for all of the characters that you already have and have already maxed out. So they get turned into these materials called Mind Spheres. But also, not only do you get Mind Spheres, but you also get medals as well of different rarities. Because there's 5 rarities, from rainbow to bronze. And it feels like you're getting so much for 10 million. And you can skip it in order to get through to the thing there. So it's like, okay, you get 13 and 13 apiece, but you didn't get a whole lot of the top rarity. So maybe you would just want to keep just flipping and pulling the switch in order to do it again and again and again and again. It's just like, okay. And then you just keep doing it. And then all of a sudden all your money's gone. And that's how gambling works, kids. Not completely, but all of a sudden the pattern emerges right there. I do have my rare summon, which I will come back in order to do close to the end. I don't take too much time in terms of this, because since the... Well, actually, there used to be... No, there used to be 4 banners, because the banner that's missing on here is actually Dark Leviathan. It got poofed. So now there's only the 3. So you only have the new unit. There's the new unit, who's now the old unit, which is the Red Rose Regalia, the wedding version of Helena, who, for a final unit, in terms of what kind of is needed in the game, the Rose Regalia, she's quite good. Or, if you're, and this is the one I'm going to be going on by the end of this, is, hey, are you missing any units? Well, instead of giving them to you, we're going to have you pull for them. And if you don't get them, you have a chance of 12.5% chance of getting them if you put in 12,000 currency. 12,000 of the currency all the way up here. Which is, just give me the units. What do you care? The annoying thing I find about it is that they kind of put them into 2 categories for seemingly no reason, other than that they could. It's like, yeah, you can put in that unit, or if you're looking for the units that you might actually not have. But I think they actually put it as, like, you get it's based on cost. So the first list is the ones that do not cost 100, and then you have the list over here of all of the characters who do cost 100, which I am missing still 3. I'm missing the new Venera, the last King Mont, and also Falsette, who I did not pick up when she was strangely available, but then I was realizing how much of a red flag it was, that it was so easy to really get her, that it was like, no, I'm gonna wait on something else. I'm gonna wait until the 5th anniversary to see what they're pulling, only for everything to just like stop. So who's the bum now? Okay, so we've done that. We have suffered through the ads. What I'm going to do is actually go back to home. As In a little bit, I'm going to put this back on, but I'm going to collect what my units have been doing in the background. I started this at the beginning of the day before I went to work, so I'm able to pick up my last few rewards because of where I'm going to go next. Get my job points, get my medals, and look at all the goodies. Some of these were so hard to come by until they just threw them into the game. All right. And you can see how over the course of the day, which was roughly about 6:30 in the morning, my characters were able to do 373 laps of the same mission over and over. Like, background repeat is an amazing piece of quality of life when your game involves grinding and you don't have time. You can just plop them in and just let it go. Lovely. Okay. Let's go into the guild. Because, Treyo said something. There we go. Been a good journey. Best of luck, everyone. This is the way. It's kind of been a sad look at the guild chat because of how many people left or were inactive, kind of leaving there. I should. Oop. Come on now. Come on, thumbs. Work with me here. Do you want a comma to make it sneaky? Yeah. That's nice. Do I dare see what the world chat has been doing? The world chat's probably awful. Oh boy. How many story missions? Thank you, sir, for it. The most incoherent babbling. Always in this place. Like. Yeah, people going, it's like, hey, go over to Sword of Convalaria. Let's never forget there was a VC called Lude in the Wasteland. Yep, that's true. Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of, any recommendations for a similar game? Not for me. I'm going to be playing some other games that I kind of want to play, and also do a whole bunch of things. Whee! Slapping stamps on. Yeah, I don't need to go into the other language channels, that's fine. That's my barracks. That's the remaining shards of whatever I have in here. Replenish. And use my final potions. They gave you 10 a couple days before now. And you can only use 1 per day. Well, let's use it. There we go. Get 3 more of those. That skips several hours of collecting those shards. And those are going to be the last things I ever get. Claim our last medals. And do our last little bit with the statues. It's been level 10 for quite a while. When I joined this guild, it was not fully there. So I was able to see it maxed out once more. And yeah, by this time you're just like skip all. It's just kind of what you need there. Guild quest is just, hey, how many of these enemies can you defeat? Can you defeat between 14 and 31 enemies in the amount of turns that you have? And by this time, it's just like the answer is yes. Absolutely can. There is no question. But the guild statues, we will never see level 9 of any of these at all. I don't believe that even like the top guilds got to it because of the complete lunacy that it takes in order to level up these things. Because you see, it's like we need 1,856,855 experience in order to get the bull statue to level 9. Well, for the cost of 200 Visior, we can put 200 experience in it. We also have Hefty Horn here. It's also 200 experience. It's just awful. And like I said, and I'll move myself out of the way for a moment. Goodbye. There's our 400. Like I said, I don't believe this has ever been put in the game. I don't remember ever having it whatsoever. It's just been here the entire time. Ridiculous. But yeah, let's put on our final bits. And you can only contribute 3. That's it. And then you're done. And then you can go and screw off. All for, again, the micro improvements here. Look at all the little tiny itty bitty stats that we get for every one of our units when we do guild stuff. That's all. What was our next? If we leveled this up, to level 8, we would get another 1% and an extra 10% to JP acquisition. Huzzah. What's the other one? Curious. Another 1% max HP. A few more rewards for everybody and the leaders. Max TP plus 1%. Luck plus 2. And attack and dexterity plus 2. That's it. Micro. Tiny. It takes so many months in order to do that. I guess we still have guild battle operational. You think they would have shut that down before. So who's our final one that we're going to lose to? Well, we're going to be working at a loss here because, well, Squall did fight, but we have 10. So, Aoira also did. But everybody else that's here is not. It's just not. Like Atreyu was, but I guess he's not at all. Who else is familiar there? Yeah, Tone and Alucard has been long gone. So is the leader. So is Kingy. There's a bunch of people who just kind of showed up and didn't do much with shutdown there. Graphian has been around. Durandal. Forsetti has been very active until shutdown. And just kind of left. Eggmaster. Well, let's see what we can do. Who can I go and just bop on the head? Let's try the Warrior of Light. The attack tells me that we just have other attack units. So let's see what happens here. This is all manual, by the way, so you'll get to see the full experience of the audio of an auto battle in this game once it loads. Because it does take a long time to load sometimes. Oh, good.
I'll protect everyone.
This battlefield shall be blessed. I can handle this. I won't hold back. Just watch.
The lovely thing about these battles is that half the battle is all about putting buffs on. Unless you were to manually shut off the AI's ability to use these buffs, they will just spend the time doing buffs.
Creep in. Focus.
Look at all of these things that are showing up. And then we just just knock down the buffs. We just, for every buff, there's a debuff.
This is for you.
Usually Warrior of Light is a lot more tanky than that. Oh, but we got super cursed. All right, can we do enough damage? I think we can. I think we're good. Yeah, we got rid of courage, so yeah, she goes down. All right, we got our 3 stars. You might have listened to the characters there, and some of them are talking in Japanese, and some of them were talking in English. It was one of the first major red flags of this game, where they announced that English voice acting was going to be cut. So the Japanese voice acting was just going to carry forward in terms of the story mode, in terms of the new characters that were coming in. They were just not going to have English voice acting. It was just not going to be anymore. And yeah, that was an absolute red flag that the continuation of things on this side was going to be going away. How long until then? It was arguably like a little less than 2 years. I think it was announced early in the 4th year. That's like, oh yeah, we're not continuing because, and I'll show the units because it was really into when we were getting a bunch of the end game event units, not in terms of story, but in other events that we were getting. Okay, we can do one more attack, and it's a nice thing about the guilds because the guild battles, because you're doing 2 battles, but it's not that your team resets in order to just like do a new fresh start for another fight. Everything that happens with your team carries over to the next team, to the next fight that you do, which is a good system. It involves a little bit of strategy in terms of like how strong are you still in order to go against another enemy. Not bad. Let's see. Like I can always go against. Oh, he named himself Titus. How cute. We could just like peg off a Mont, but I'm not gonna do that. There's a Dandy. I can go after Dandy, who's using resets. We got a Garnet in here. That's interesting. And Jaden. Yeah, there's a bunch of easy targets that I could go against. I'm gonna try the Garnet. What's going on with this magic group? So there's 2 magic units and an attack unit. Okay, let's see what this Garnet's doing. It all depends on how quickly this loads, how fast the battle is going to be, because it does have to load and kind of go through each step of the AI's moves before it shows anything, because in the top of the screen you will notice a skip button, which people use, and it means that you can skip the entire course of the battle in order to just immediately go to the result. So we have a Garnet, we have a Shalsa, and we have a Charlotte. I think we're pretty good here, because Garnet's good for support, and so is Shalsa in terms of survivability. But they don't seem to have attackers, unless Shalsa has been made into an attacker, which is possible. Sometimes they do that, and it's actually, like, Shalsa can be quite devastating when set up the right way. But yeah, Charlotte is not really meant for attacking. Charlotte's meant to distract the other units, and so that they're going after her, but is able to tank the damage, so that the other 2 units can actually just like go behind them in order to just peg them away. They're not able to do that. Yeah, if they're not in range in order to use any attacks, they will just do some buffing. Okay, so just down to Shalsa, but healing power is pretty down, so take away the courage, and we're good. All right, that's my final guild battle. I wasn't expecting to do it today, seeing as we're shutting down in a few hours. But yeah, you can get a maximum of 6 stars. per day. And in order to win, it involves the collective effort of the entire guild. So if we had all 30 units per team, so Yorha and Gunblade, we would be able to get up to 90 stars if we were to take everybody out. That's how that works. But we're going to lose because they have more active people on the final day than we do. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, somebody was actually fighting at the same time they were attacking Midnight. But yeah, Midnight's using Lemire. Left Lemire there, at least. But that's who Midnight's attacking team was. I don't know what the defense team is like. But if it's the same, because you can copy and use the exact same team as your defense, then it's very likely it's going to be that way. All right, where to next? 'Cause that's pretty much the guild. That's our last little bit there. Apart from looking at who the members are, which we pretty much did in the guild battles. We can sort by login. We can sort by player rank. Oh, look, it's me. Who would have thought? Who would have thought the person who was... So, yeah, who dipped? Midnight dipped. Azul did halfway through. Okay, it has been on. It just haven't been on around the same time. Jay... Okay, it's on. Yeah, Forsetti dipped. Photographian. Yeah, Abstract was still around. Minote. Boom, 157 days ago. Wow. And Mitsuki. A bunch of different members. They just haven't been doing any guild stuff. That's fair. Here's our overall battle record, at least. We've lost a lot, unless the other guild was less active. We won there. What was it? I think it was. No, it wasn't that one. When was it? It was in the limited guild battles. That was May 11th. Oh, I'm not able to see the limited guild battles because they happened between the 12th and the 23rd. There was one guild battle that happened this month where we had all our limited teams set up, but the other guilds did not have anything set up. So it was just our team versus a blank. The other side was blank. There was nobody. Like, it was just like, okay, we automatically win. We can't participate. Move on to the next day. Pretty much. Okay. I can't even think of like who was, because what, we were Taurus. Yeah, we entered in Taurus. We entered Taurus. And how close were we to 7,600? So yeah, nowhere near Taurus. Nowhere near. But I think like the top guilds maybe were getting into the Cancer leagues, which sounds off, but they're going by astrological units, especially by the times. Like, I remember when Legend was the highest. Like, that was the beginning of guilds, where it's just like you were trying to get into Legend as quickly as possible. And that involved winning almost virtually every single one of your battles. Like, you could lose one, I think, and you would still be in Legend. But if you were losing like 5, then you were out. You were just out. By that time, it's like you're looking for a guild who is not so low on the rung that they actually don't care, but not too high that they were extreme about your level of commitment to the game. Because, yeah, like, I might be showing commitment by logging in every day and kind of just like going through the motions, but that doesn't mean that I am maximizing my investment in this thing. Because that is a little bit insane for me to do. A little bit. What's our ranking? So guild contribution, because I joined a lot later than everybody else. Still got up to gauge. Our limited. Yeah, we got. And okay, here is our last guild. Where we did get top 3. We went 7-2. And usually if you are not number 1, anybody who is above you is the people that you lost to. So we lost to the Galactic and we lost to Evil Shell. And we have our league here. So who's the top guild by the time that we are done? Chocoboss. And look at more about what Chocoboss is. No. 15 victories. Asgard, Takeover, Genova. But really, I can just look at, so that's 12,001. So 12,000. Yeah, they got up to Cancer 2. No. Almost Cancer 2. No guild at Cancer 2. Wow. Okay. None. Just raising that ceiling. Welcome to the skyscraper. Welcome in. There's Cayenne. That was the one I'm looking for. 6 to 8. How far they have fallen into 12th place. FFB blog. That was. I don't remember if I was part. I was part of one of. I was part of a Brave Exvius. I don't think it was blog though, because I don't want to say that I was part of a guild that shot up that much. But I was part of a guild that was a little bit extreme to the point where it's like I couldn't keep up, and it was really taking away like what I was still trying to do with this game. Yeah. I don't even remember what my first guild was, because they would not be on this list at all. Grayskull, Taranis, G, Turner, Seventh Heaven. A 0 for 15 for Seventh Heaven, but they're still the 50th highest guild. Dang! Cancer 1 has no data, Cancer 2 has no data, so yeah, Cancer 3 is the highest. What's down at Bronze 3 though? What's down here? All of these new guilds that showed up. Workers Guild, Higgsfield, Reverie, Fenrir. All these people who tie. Oh man. Eisenritter. That's amazing how there's these tiny little guilds. And they've just been around. Lunar only had 2 victories. Like that was honestly a guild that has like been around for the last 2 days only. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Wow. Okay. Okay, moving on. I picked up those. I'm gonna pick up some more. Picked up some more goodies. We have our Chocobo Expedition, where we can put all kinds of different units in to get piddly amounts of experience, but also in order to get mini rewards. And I wasn't able to unlock the 4th because I didn't spend enough money. Look at all of these rewards. Oh man. They're just going to be extra stuff. Look at all that extra stuff. Okay. Do I have any tickets left? I have 10. I have 10 tickets left. So I could do a whole bunch of stuff there. Our bonuses have never changed for 2 months. Okay. next place to go, I guess I'm going to dive into. Actually, hold on. Just to do it overall, because there's a place I do want to go, but I kind of want to max out my things before I do that. So there's one last free match I'm going to do. So let's see who is in to fight my team before the end. Ooh, we get an instant match. I'm going to lose. If this is an invasion team, I'm going to lose. Because my crew is not... Yeah, it's an invasion team. Great. Oh, this will be it. Oh! I wasn't expecting that. That would have been an easy win for them if they didn't just leave. Because that's another thing that happens with Class Passers, is that they're here to just get the rewards and just get out. I'll send a request. Okay, I can't because they're full. That's my second consecutive win. Wee. How lovely. Oh, man. So that should be... Because I did a couple at the beginning of today. Yeah, that was my fifth. So cleared that mission. Which means that I don't get any more of those medals from the matches. But I do want to show one off. I don't want to just like have my last one be somebody who just like goes in and manually leaves. That's stupid. Okay. This seems a little bit more reasonable. A little bit. Okay. I wasn't expecting somebody to immediately show up. Whew. Now it's gonna be like nobody shows up because everybody's gone. The rapture has happened. Everybody's gone. I really hope he stays. Really hope he stays. Because I like to see Orlando in action. Shreka and Ramada. My team gets some reactions. It's either, I'll wait it out. I'll do what needs to be done. Or, okay, they're already using their limit breaks immediately when they're fighting. I'm just going to bow out. They can have the match. So let's see what happens. They are auto-enabled. But just because they're auto-enabled doesn't mean they're away from their device. But sometimes I am. So they might as well be. They're certainly using the ultimate weapons there. They've got the Wizard Rod, they have Blood Sword, and they have the Dragon Spear. Get those buffs. Get those buffs. Get those buffs. This is what I mean. It's an ability like that, which is completely stupid because of how much it has to do that. That's why I said that this game kind of has a little bit of what Raid Shadow Legends does, which is a little bit icky. It's just like you get one skill, and when you use it, you nullify so many different things that happen in the game. And the camera isn't even able to show it, and it's been long enough that I have to unlock the screen on my phone. Yeah, let's just undo a bunch of those buffs. And I used Shreka a lot when she came out because I was lucky enough to get her. But yeah, she's a bit of a glass cannon. Sorry, Sid. Lucia loves hanging out in the back. Just being in the back corner by herself, moping around, being a little bird. At least get to see Ramada's limit break. That does nothing. Really good pierce resistance on Helena. Not great magic resistance on Ramada. Also, let's just debuff her to Oblivion. Lucia's just gonna buff until she can't buff no more. Quicken is an amazing ability. When you are using it. When anything else is using it, it is a complete nightmare. Like, man, time magic is just... Yeah. No wonder with a lot of PvP stuff, like, they've had to nullify time magic. Because so many people were just relying on it. Just like, I'm just gonna really manipulate the turn order in order to do Quicken every single possible time that I can. And when I can't do Quicken, I will just put haste on everybody. That should be it. Oh, nope. Okay, Axia. Got a bonker with something. Yeah, there we go. That's a good bonk. Cool. Not too much of a challenge, but at least better than you're ditching. Hey, I can send it. That's nice. But yeah, no more rewards. You can only do 5 a day for rewards, and then they go away. So now I get to see. I think I'm short. But, oh well. Next up, we've done our PvP matches. Now let's head into the arena and see how far I can get. So, I have 3 more that I can do today based on my orbs. And I am still under 400. Not like it matters, of course. Like, at this point, even with the arena, like, they're just throwing out random things in order to give bonuses, which ultimately don't mean a whole lot. So I just kind of just use my team and just go with it. Now, the thing I didn't mention in terms of... I didn't really mention duels all that much. Other than, like, yeah, you can choose who you want to duel, and you can kind of see their loadout and see how it kind of matches up to yours. Like, for instance, this team here, they're using Riku, so I don't want to deal with that at all. Mont is going to be their, looks like their defense sponge, based on how he's set up. And then the actual attacker, like, Riku is an attacker, but also just deadly evasion, as in nothing can hit her. But then you have Subtly over on the right, and yeah, he's ready to do a whole bunch of follow-up attacks. No, that's not happening. That Oberon. Oberon can do anything in these matches. He could do nothing or he could do everything. It's all depending on how his kit is. Not dealing with that. I gotta go Rosa. Oh, we got people. We got someone who really likes katanas. Cool. The funny thing about the Japanese release is that because it's still going, their newest unit coming up is Goroza, the one on the left, except he's angrier. I'm going like, oh, they got to the part of the story where he comes back. a little bit later, and now they really have to fight him and kill him. Okay, that's cute. The other thing I did not mention is how there is a rate of 1.00 attached to them, but then the further down the list you go, usually underneath the current rank you are, then it goes into rate 0.99. Throughout the entirety of this game, it has never gone lower than 0.99. The only reason the rate means how many medals and the point allocation you get if you win against the enemy. It's never gone lower than 0.99, and it's never gone higher than 1.0, making the rate effectively worthless. Like, there's no point to it. Just pick a team and just go. But I do want to who I can win against. Oh, we got this great sword trio. Depends on how good their magic is. Joom has the Maximilian. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try against Cloud and Joom and A2. Let's do it. Magic against physical. Who wins? We'll know soon enough. Once we get through the loading screens. Because the loading screens can last. What's the longest loading screen possibly seen? I know that there's been loading screens for over a minute. I don't know if it's gone up to 2 minutes or not. I know there has been loading screens that have gone on for way too long to the point where it's just crashed. Like the game has just crashed. Oh my god. Okay, off we go. So that loading screen isn't really telling me much. So we'll see how this goes. Don't you love the voiceovers talking over each other? Especially when it's the same character talking over themselves?
We shall prevail. Don't break too quickly now.
I don't believe that is... I don't believe that's A2's actual voice actor. Alright, first blood. And it did curse Cloud, so that could be helpful, but I don't think he has re-raise on him. But he can't be healed, so that's a little bit better. Bonk. What's Ciel gonna do? Just heal? Oh, no, not just heal. Oh, no. Heal everybody, though. Okay. He's gonna pop courage, but get sleep, so that'll work. Ooh, Luciel actually attacked and did something.
We shall prevail.
Because Luciel's attacks can be bad for characters, because now Joom is disabled, so she can't do anything. Oh, slow. And immobilize. Interesting. Now, A2 should re-raise. Yep.
Don't break too quickly now.
Man, 3 turns already. There we go. A2's down. And Joom is... Unfortunately, Joom is surprising. Like, Joom is a really good unit, but also is surprisingly slow to get our turns in. Alright, lovely. The ranking points come in based on how much damage you have by the end of the fight. So, I did not take a lot of damage, based on how much health was actually left, I think somebody had like a couple of hit points taken off. Because the maximum you're able to get without any bonuses is 200 points. All right. Next step. That jumps us up a little bit. And the other thing about the duels is it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. You will still go up because you will still get a little bit of rank points. Nothing matters. X death. Sometimes I'm able to deal with X death, but most of the time I'm not able to. That is a death sentence. Oh, it's Colorama. Hey, there's Colorama again. But this time it's in a duel and totally going to be smoked if I go against them. Ooh. I like that mod. Yuna is quite a good unit as well. Like the 10-2 units, so Yuna, Riku, and even Pain, all three of them are quite good in their own right. I'm not sure about this light team though. Sylvie can be a bit of a nuisance. So can Veritas. I'll come back to that one if I'm really not sure. What's with this Oberon? Nope. I don't want it. Some Mercury Shella. No. This is a bad one. Got that. Nope, that's. I don't want Earth teams. No. An ice team with an Agrius. That's gonna be a problem. I want to skip over that weird set in there. But yeah, with the Groza, they're set up for Disable. I was to go up against them. I think I'm gonna go with that light team. Nothing else is really hitting. Oh, I can bring back a King Bradley. That'll be fun. With Dialdo. All right, let's do that one. Let's bring back Full Metal Alchemist. Because Bradley has been quite a long-standing character since the Full Metal Alchemist collaboration. Really good unit. Like we got some really good units out of the Full Metal Alchemist one because we got King Bradley, who is the front runner. He's the best unit by far. We also got Mustang, which is fun. Really good for chaining. He was really good for chaining. Then you also got Ed now. Like Ed was kind of okay. Like he pulled his punches. But Al was also really good in his own right. Unfortunately, like Al just was tough to build unless you were really devoted to him. But when you had your choice between Bradley and Al, you took Al. Or you took Bradley. Complete opposite. But it's like, yeah, I really like Al. This one's going to be a problem duel, isn't it? Based on how long it's loading. Put on the Jeopardy music. Who's going to win this? I have no idea. All right, off we go. Just a cacophony of voices. And that was the thing about collaboration units, unfortunately, is that they never got English voice acting. Especially not after, like, Persona? I think it was after Persona. That it was just like, yeah, we're not going to do English voice acting for the collaboration units anymore. Which was not cool. What's Dialdo going to do? Dialdo's going to do a whole bunch of nothing. But he is set up to take a lot of punishment. So I got to get through those defenses. Good voice, Bradley. Good voice. All right. Bradley was just not in a good initial placement in order to get support. Yeah, just keep popping him with magic and it'll work out, won't it? Now he's going to put resistance back up. Oh, silence is not a good thing to have on Exia. That's a bad thing. Alright, Dialdo's done, so now we just have... Yeah, we just bonk him for 59, that's fine. We just got our evil Mont to deal with. Oh, he's gonna follow up. Dang it. Alright, he's gonna follow up. Follow up is quite the mechanic. Very much a problem because of all the amount of extra damage that it can do. It can be nuts. But we're getting down. We're kind of matching him. Okay. But he has a follow through. Yeah, that's the problem with follow throughs, is that it can get through re-raised. Whew. All right, that was a much better fight. That was much better. Several spots. Can I make it under 300 by the next fight? We'll see. Because yeah, I can't imagine being the kind of person who would fight in the duels there to get to number one. Like I cannot get into that headspace at all. Messy Sottily. We have a awful evasion team that I do not want to mess with. Send the police. Just sirens. No, not the Garoza. Oh, we got a... The unfortunate thing about this team is that it's boring. It's not a fun team to engage with. Like we got that team. Got this weird light team going on. I can see the unit being a problem though in the back. Just taking pot shots. All right, what else we got? We got weird fire team. I want to fight this. Oh, I want to fight this one just because of Gilgamesh. Because this Gilgamesh isn't just any old Gilgamesh. It's Final Fantasy V Gilgamesh. It's the fun one. Do I do that? Do I? Yeah, I wanna have fun with Gilgamesh. Yeah, let's do it. Let's have fun. In the void. Let's have fun. Now, is it gonna be like the other one? And just not do anything. Be a mystery. Of how long the fight is actually gonna take. Wee. Yep, it's gonna take its time. Lovely. Did you know the shop lineup updates every 6 hours? And how you can also manipulate that. We haven't been to the shop yet. We'll see how you manipulate that. It costs some money. Sort of. Not completely. Oh, there we go. I'm just waiting for that. All of a sudden, it's going to connect again, and then we're in. Oh, they have no commander on their side. I guess I didn't notice that. Sometimes their voice lines are also really long, which kind of doesn't work. Okay, times two. The fact that I can put it also on 0.5 speed is just like really nuts. Like I want to spend the entire day going through a single fight. No curse on either of them. But it's also fire against ice, which is not a good mix. Interesting, going through range. Well, we're gonna put you to sleep, sir. Get you out of the way. Except Luciel shouldn't have done that. That was a bad move. See, you could have avoided getting hit, you two. Okay. I think that Luciel at this point is getting more aggressive. This is new. Ah. Terrible timing, though. That puts both of them to sleep, so at least Exia is doing her job. That's helpful. But yeah, we gotta get rid of Resnick. God, Resnick is a really annoying healer. Like there's a bunch of annoying healers. I'm gonna use Luciel, but God, this one's gonna use Resnick. Ooh. Nice. Well, and the re-raise also goes down because they're cursed, so courage and re-raise are both down. Okay. Yeah, fighting Gilgamesh was the right idea. Gilgamesh is fun. But I don't think his summon actually was in his favor. No, I don't think it was in his favor. 283. We'll come back to that at the end here. I'm just above Byleth. Look at all the medals. We'll see what we're able to do with the medals once we go to the shops. And technically, I don't have to be done with duels, even though I've used all 5 of my turns. Because I could go back in and fight any old crew, like this ice team here. And like I showed in my video, I'm out of orbs and cannot participate. Well, I can go and restore them with 50 Vizier, or I could use any of my 638 pots. So in this case, I can get 5, 10, 15 based on the pots alone, plus another 50, 5, 10, 15, another 50, another 70. So a total of 85 extra runs at the arena every single day. I get why people don't want to do math. But when I'm doing the math, I'm realizing how exhausting that is. And I should be having the appropriate reaction to, it's like, imagine doing, on top of the free 5 that you get, That is 90 attempts at the arena you can have every day. If you invest if you have the items to invest and the Visior to invest, and if you don't have the Visior to invest, you spend the money in order to get the Visior so you can use the Visior to invest. God, what an awful thing. What an awful thing. I'm glad I'm not able to purchase anything more. I'm glad I'm not able to. But I can still go in and check out my royal rank benefits. Look at all of the accumulated effects that I got. Like, this is an insane amount of extra things that I'm able to get because of the royal points you're able to accumulate, which you can do every single day if you want to be a free to play player, but you only get, and we'll see it, I think it's 10 points every single day. And in order to get to the next royal rank, I need 98,000. Hey, there you go. Yeah, they want you to spend money in order to get your royal rank up. That's what they want you to do. Get an extra 4, you get more resets, you get more shop updates. You get the speed function unlocked. Like, this is when does the speed function get? That's my question. I think it was like 9 or 8. It was 8. So you had to get royal rank 8 in order to get the 3 times speed function in order to go through fights quicker. I don't remember if the 2 times. I think everybody had access to 2 times. Oh no, you had, yeah. Yeah, because you kind of start at royal rank 1. So everybody had 2 times speed unlocked. Pretty sure. I don't remember if there was a royal rank 0. Unsolved mysteries. Okay, let's get out of here. And get some friend medals. I get to look at my friends. Who wants to be my friend? Who wants to be my friend? You have maximum amount of friends. Screw you. I will take this one. Unfortunately, I must refuse your friend request because you aren't maxed out friends. Sorry. Look at all the friends. Even the ones that have left 27 days ago and have not logged back into the game. Where's the one I forgot that had the Angela? Where's the Angela? Where's my Angela? Yeah, there we go. Just picked up a car. Hi, my dear friends. Some of them are going to put nice messages. Passionate till the end. War never changes. I'm sad and lonely. The world is in chaos. Onwards. Twitch.tv/Debbie59. I'm going to look up that right now and see what's going on with Debbie. Turn that. Debbie. More followers than me, but you know, everybody has more followers than I do. God, it's one of those magical, like, I don't get Twitch sometimes. When Twitch will show, it's like, hey, we'll show your recent uploads and highlights from the channel, and they'll be like from 8 years ago, and they haven't done anything live in forever. But they probably have, they just don't publish them. All there is Guild Wars. If you like Guild Wars 2, you might enjoy the 2 hours that you're able to see, and maybe the donations. We got a Facebook page. I don't want to deal with Facebook at all. Yeah. You need. Yeah. I'm done. Goodbye. Oh my god. Okay, let's get our friends. Let's get our friend things, and let's all 25 times an amount and send them all off. That's pretty much all we're needing to do here. Do I have anybody on my block list? I know I blocked people in the past, but then I unblocked them, realizing that they had never logged back into the game. So I just unblocked them. friend. Goodbye, friends. You were good for medal. All right, Mogshock time. Because I have some things to spend in the less than 2 hours, about an hour and a half before the game shuts down. Oh, what to spend them on? What do I spend my May login medals on? I think it's gonna be on these. I need some blossoms because there's very few ways of getting them, and those are the ones that are preventing me from upgrading the rest of my units. I'm gonna pick those up instead of the unit shards because they are not particularly helpful. Look at all the shards that you can get. It is completely ridiculous. All right. There were raids. Well, at least the revival of the raids. This is the 11th revival that they've done throughout the game, so, you know. You might not, but I do. Just like you've done it once, you've done it several times, and I usually pick up these two things. Energy restores the medium version, just so I can convert them or just have something in a pinch, and also pick up the extra large cubes because they're kind of the only ones that are really that important because they help you level up your character from 99 to 120. Got the tower medals. There were several game modes that I did not mention, which I will briefly touch on. The tower being one of them. If you've been playing the game for as long as I have, the tower really doesn't have anything for you. Technically it still does, but it also doesn't at the same time, which I've decided to forego in terms of completing in its entirety. All right. This, though, was around for shutdown. The Remembrance medals. The Vision of Remembrance. So this is what I've been kind of using and spending a lot of my grinding time, or background repeat time at least, so I'm not actually grinding and using it. So you can see all of these characters here for 10,000, so if we were missing any of these characters, I could just immediately pick them up, and I have them. And you can see how many there are that we can pick up. These are all the regular characters, and by the time you get down to Stern, then you get into the holiday and seasonal characters. So like the first three here were the Lunar New Year characters. And then we get into the winters and the Halloweens and the summers. And then we get to the alternate history and other story characters. So some of these characters being in the main story, but the another story happens in a separate timeline, separate universe kind of situation. So they look completely different. Arguably are sometimes better than there are other people. Some of them are unique though. And then we get those, and then we get our global exclusive units, which I don't believe are haven't been global exclusive for a long time. Hopefully not. Maybe Japan finally got them. But yeah, we have 8 of those that were unique to this game for maybe a while. Maybe. I don't need any of them though, because I already have all of them. Just like all of these cards. Look at all of the cards. Look at how shiny they are. I have all of them. So what do we use the medals on? Well, there's 2 other categories, and they are specifically for shards for those characters. So in this case, what you're able to do is once you get the character for 10,000, you get that character at level 1 without any upgrades whatsoever. So you actually have to come over here and invest in getting their unit shards so that you can upgrade them so that they're actually usable. Like, you can't throw a level 1 character into a PvP match. It just doesn't work like that. So, in this case, what was I working on? I was working on a bunch of seasonal characters because everybody else had got. I think it was just one character that I think I had not gotten. Yes, it was Rugia. Because Rugia needs 6? I can just do this and Rugiel's all ready to go. Yep. All right, we're gonna come back. I'm gonna come back here in order to do some things automatically because we're also gonna get some medals once I do some pulls. The Veritas medals. Not gonna look at those yet because I have to look at the missions before I finish up here. Crafting medals for all of the equipment that I'm not going to be making. For the different rarities. You can slap hearts onto all of your weapons. The score medals in order to get Trust Stone shards. And Trust Stone shards were such a terrible thing to be introduced into the game. It was a terrible implementation. So many people left when the system was implemented because it was so terrible. I'll get into it once we get into it. But I don't need to use it. The friend medals in order to get a whole bunch of people, including some other characters as well. So there was a point in the game where it's like you're not able to use these medals for literally anything, but if you wanted to, you could just get a duplicate of a character if you wanted to and get the upgrade materials from them. Not important for me though. The arena medals. Where can I spell the arena medals? Well, I could go down and get 3 copies of the Sage's Staff. The Sage's Staff being one of the rarest weapons in the game in order to maximize its level, because this is the only way that you're able to get recipes is by finding the arena an insane amount. I'm gonna use them to get them, and then we'll see how much I can make the Sage's Staff go, because I think I only have a +2, and you can upgrade it to +6. But it will show you how many recipes you need in order to get a +6 piece of equipment. Anything else in here that's really interesting? Okay, all of my PvP medals. So there's 2 pieces of equipment tied to PvP. Platinum armor, which is just a strong set of defensive equipment, and the Hermes Sentinels, which are really good agility accessory. And by agility, I mean you want to go fast and faster than all of your other opponents so you can do as much damage in the quickest time as possible. Yes, you want agility equipment. I'm going to use them all, which should get me to 46. I'm going to be a couple short. That's going to be a shame. Oh well. Well, 3,500. Could use it on some potions for my Asper, if I really wanted to. Use it on some seals. 4. Because of all the things I've been doing with all the materials, I've really ran out of seals because I've been having to tweak so much of my equipment in order to finish up quests and whatnot. So I might as well just like split this. So let's get a couple there. And a couple. Let's split that in half. I got a bunch there. And no, not damage. Yeah, let's use the rest there. Okay, that's all of my PvP medals. There's a gun. The guild medals kind of do the same thing as the friend medals, just for different units. But not much for me to really use them on here. There's these things, though, that if you were really getting into the nitty-gritty mechanics, obsessively so, I guess you would use these items in battle. It's kind of a missed opportunity when it comes to battles, is the implementation of items. Because items can be really used very well in a pinch. And there's some that have absolutely come through in a pinch. X potions being one. But the problem is that the game punishes you for using items. It's one of those. So it's like, yeah, get through the mission without using items. But I want to use your items. Like, you're giving me items, why don't... I want to use them, come on. Yeah. Like this one that lowers a unit's faith is a very interesting one because it expects you to know what the right balance of faith is in order to protect against attacks. That is a nuts proposition to make there. Like completely, utterly insane to me. It's like you know a system that deeply. We have our vision. Hopefully I can show the soul stars. Like I would like to get a new unit so I can use some of these soul stars, but I'm probably not going to be able to do anything. And then we have where all of our soul medals go, which gives us access to a whole bunch of other equipment and other places for shards. Feels a little redundant, doesn't it? But it exists here. You can do so many things. And you can also turn them into mind spheres as well, which I've been slowly doing with a whole bunch of different units that need it. And you can do it with vision cards. All right, last look at the shop. It's been nice to have a shop that has been a little bit more condensed. Hold on, I have to get my hundreds of millions of gil that I will never use on buying Mont Leona shards because look at how many. The first thing you're able to buy in the shop since the beginning. Fine. I can buy a hydro pump. I usually do this for all of the equipment there because sometimes there's a piece of equipment that I don't have enough material or enough recipes for them. And most of them I have about 67, but you really only need about 64 in order to get to the first step of maximizing the equipment. The anniversary store, the last time we were able to buy the daily free pack. Look at the keys that I'm not able to use, that I have no reason using. Look at all the job point keys that I have no reason using. Another 10 to the pile of energy restorers that I will not be using. And, God, this overlay. So this is another item that was just like handed out accidentally. Because I've never been hurting for these. These multiply the amount of job points you get out of a quest. These XL ones multiply it by 1,000. So it can be quite good when combined with the job point quest. Because then you're able to get like 10 to 15,000 job points per quest. And the quest is like an exhibition match. There is no difficulty attached to it. It's just one-shot these enemies and repeat the quest. Which is a shame how there is really no challenge to it at all. Helena's shop is kind of the last refuges of the past store and how bad it's always been in terms of its communicating its visual. Like, this is not worth 2,000. It has never been worth 2,000. This, beside it, has never been worth 1,000. You want 10 of this material for 1,000 Visior. That's half a pull in the summon town. This one gives you 10 times the amount of that material for twice the amount, but it's still not worth it. It's still not worth it. This material here, you want 10 for 200 of them. Not worth it. Absolutely not. You're never going to be using your Visior for these kinds of upgrade materials. Never. The only one that kind of makes sense is when it comes to the currency to unit shard. I'm tired. It's past my bedtime. It's been a long day. the conversion rate between these, because for 2,000 you get 40 of her shards, which how they consistently communicated it makes sense. Every 500 you get 10 shards. So this is the only one that makes sense. It's still not something that you would go immediately towards. Don't recommend it. Leviathan shop still here. It's just been always painfully small. You would never use Vizior for the upgrade material there, because even though this is the highest grade of the growth egg, you will have so many of the lower grade that is also able to be used to upgrade those cards. That's just like, yeah, you don't need those. And also the wind is the final one. Wind is the final one. So we get all of our, well, most of our wind units. And if you want 10 of their shards for that day, then you can just purchase them. There you go. My last little bit here is just purchasing all of the guild-based upgrade materials, because as you can see, I'm kind of running out. The tier 3, the purple upgrade materials, are the ones that I find to be in the highest demand. You don't get nearly enough of them compared to the tier 2 and tier 4 around them. That means all of a sudden it's like, oh, I can't upgrade my character anymore. Odd. Well, it's kind of easy to deal with, especially because of the item exchange shop that was put in a little bit later and has been sometimes updated with new item types that you can swap between with your massive amounts of inventory. It's crazy. It's nuts. It's a little bit dumb, a little bit stupid, but it's good here in a pinch when you realize it's like, yeah, I kind of need more of a certain grade of material. And it's nice when you can do different kinds of exchanges. So it's like, yeah, you can do an equivalent exchange, and it will grab out what item is going to be the equivalent exchange for that bit there. Or you can do an upward exchange, or you can do, and maybe this. There's very few of these that can do a downward exchange. But most of it should be available to do a downward exchange. I should be able to turn the gold shine sand into the silver sign. Like, that should be able to happen. But I don't know, they're just being silly. Weapon gems. Yeah, weapon gems I can do a downward exchange. So I can go the tier higher and pick up a whole bunch of them. That seems perfectly reasonable. Why can't I do it with a whole lot of other ones that has this same kind of tier lineation? Really isn't anything for me to switch. Where do I go next? Then well, let's head to the far plane, I guess. Look at all the game modes. The only one I can't truly show are the raids. And we'll say the raids are, yeah, they were kind of dragging by the end. They were kind of cool in the beginning because of how it's like, yeah, as you were fighting the same enemy over and over again, the stronger it would get. Until it reached the max amount, and then you would just keep smashing your head. And then I realized how much I was just smashing my head against the thing in order to get the rewards, in order to get more supplies, in order to get more things, in order to get more things that I could use. And I realized it wasn't fun by the end of it. Plus, raids are usually considered like multiplayer things. This game really encouraged solo raiding, which is odd. It sounds odd. It really does. The legendary reliquaries are where the ultimate weapons were sitting around waiting to be collected. Like the Blood Sword and the Genji gloves were here, Yuichi's bow and the Murasame, the Wizard's Rod and the Necronomicon, Dragon's Claws and Heaven's Cloud, the Rune Axe and the Dragon Whisker, not the spear, Assassin's Dagger and Zeus Mace, Solomon's Glove and Maximilian, and Save the Queen, Death Penalty. This game mode is for late game, end game players. And if I were to try to answer how long it took in order to actually complete these, probably about 30 to 40 hours. Like, this is a very involved mode. The reason is that it's eventually evolved into 2 waves. Or 2... Was it a wave? They were called wave quests. Okay. 2 waves. You had to set up 2 teams. Each team was given 60 turns each in order to complete the total of the 8 waves that are available here. You were expected to have units that were completely maxed out, great synergies with each other, as well as if I went into these teams here. Is this the lightning team that I was in? Yeah, I guess it was. Like this ice team that I was using. They need to have really good synergies with each other. That was going to come down to the weapon. That comes down to the skills that they have available to them, the jobs and sub-jobs that they had available to them, and how they were using them, and how they were not using them as well. So you can get very into the nitty-gritty details of how you were able to control each of your units. So like Velis here, and I'm just holding down like on the job title, and it gives me access to all of the different abilities that he has here, what they do, how they correspond to the fields, and how they can be used and can't be used. But with these, you are able to change how the unit is able to work automatically if you are not able to at any time control them manually. So you can say, Eternal Frost, you realize that Velis loves using Eternal Frost a lot because the range of this attack is very large. So he loves hitting people with it. Well, I can turn that off. So he never uses it when being used automatically. And that shifts his entire AI programming. So he will do other things instead of the obvious thing. That was really where a lot of strategy was coming in by the late stage of the game. It wasn't about what you can do, it's about what you can develop the AI to do for you. So you did that, and either you did it manually or you did it automatically, depending on the pretty much the amount of options that you had in your account. And you let that go, and you were able to get the ultimate weapons to put on any character that you saw fit. Every single one, you fought a different Veritas unit, and they were of the corresponding elements. So there were 8 Veritas units, one for each of the 8 elements that there were units for. So fire, ice, wind, earth, lightning, water, light, and dark. God, these designs are amazing. So there's light. Show darkness. There's lightning. Look at that stupid bow. It is killer. It is killer bow. There is ice. Fire. Fire is really cool looking. And oh, there's fire. There's fist. There's earth. Look at that big shield. He's a big shield guy. I believe also by the time we got Earth, Veritas of the Earth, that was when the announcement of English voice acting stopping happened. Like it just got cut off. There was nothing else. So after Earth came out, which means that after Earth was Fire, Fire only had a Japanese voice actor. I have to go check in terms of when we get into the units. I have to go check. But yeah, it was quite jarring, to say the least. There's water. And there was our first unit, Veritas of the Heavens, as he was called. Veritas of Wind. So yeah, very late stage game mode. Involved in insane level of theory crafting. It really did. To the point where you let other people do it for you. On the opposite side of the theory crafting, but still kind of fun, was the selection quest, which I did bring up because like I said in my video, a lot of the stuff that happened as the game went on in terms of power creep meant a lot of units were made obsolete. Not useful unless they were forced to be used. Selection quest was one of them. So if I went into any one of these, up to 15 were used there. The reason for these was to get a specific unit in that element, and then get a specific weapon, armor, or accessory that they could also use in order to boost them up so that they could be used in some way. Unfortunately, for most of these units here, Gargus Camillo, Minwu Velna, Rafal, and Rachas, and Moraga and Lamega, none of them really saw viable use except for Rachas. So Water saw use compared to other ones. I think it was also because of her weapon, the Kumakiri, was apparently also a really good weapon. Didn't use it myself, but it was also a good one. So the thing about these missions was that you could not use the highest rarity characters, which were the things that most people were like clamoring for. So that meant if I were to go into that mission there, who do I have as my current team? None of these I could use. The other thing they had to be water aligned. So this is my team that I use for the water selection process. The only UR unit is the one that you get from these quests. So you could use Rachas, but everybody else had to be a mega rare, an MR unit or lower. So here's the only units that you can use. You were only able to use a choice of 8 for a team of 5. That's it. So good luck figuring them out. Especially when a lot of them are just like taking bubbles into battle and hopefully they don't get popped. And that was true for all of the different elements. Like, I enjoyed it because it actually brought the Final Fantasy Tactics elements back into the game. It was lovely. It was a lovely thing. Then we have the Beast Den. The Beast Den is pretty self-explanatory. Once you get an Esper, you're needing to awaken it, make it stronger, so you're able to go in and do its fights. There were 2 fights for each of its awakening levels that we were able to do to get it all the way to level 99. And they were split up based on element or lack of element, like there was with Odin and Bahamut. And their dark versions. So there were those. They were pretty easy. Nothing really special to them. Now, this has been sitting around. Tower quests. Really cool when they first came out. But after a while, The tower was more and more irrelevant to late game players like myself. The reason was that they did not provide any new kind of rewards. Like, I'm covering it up again, but I can reset all 100 floors of the porcelain tower in order to do it all again if I really want to. I don't want to. There is no reason for me to do that. The only reason is to get more tower medals, and as you can see, I have had no reason to use my tower medals as of late. It also returned rather inconsistently. Where it's like all of a sudden it would be an event that would come back every like 6 to 7 months. And it's just like, okay, I'm not getting too much out of here. Plus, the main thing that you got out of the quest like that is elemental accessories. So, like for the porcelain tower, you got a darkness ring, which was good for dark units. So, what did that mean? Well, it had to mean that they had to put in other towers for other elements. So you got Spire of Fire, Wind, Water, Ice, Lightning for their respective rings, which is not inspired. It isn't an inspiring thing. It really isn't. There was one for every element, because I believe they were all originally tied to the porcelain tower. You didn't start with 100 floors. You started with 50. Let's see. I have to see. If I go back down all the way to what was in level 20? That was just a ticket. Was it level 30 that was our starting point? Yeah, it was. I think. Because I think the tide ring was the first one. What was in 10? Yeah, it was a ticket. It was you get to level 30 and you get the tide ring. Yeah. And then they would and then it would come back and they would get another one. In this case, you got the luminous armlet for the light element. And then it would just keep coming back and would get a new amount, and then you would get the blaze ring and so on and so forth until you got all the rings. Yay! Wonderful, fantastic. I think the most disappointing thing, and it's a shame that I'm not able to show it, is when Final Fantasy Tactics had its collaboration with this game, they had a very special version of the Tower quests here, which when it got its rerun, so that you could like level up the unit some more, they didn't upgrade the tower event. So there was no reason to do it, and it was just sitting around for like the entire month that the collaboration was there for. Just sitting there going like, hey, congratulations, you did this event. The first couple months that the game was released, we don't have anything else for you. Just like, okay, fine. I'll go elsewhere. I talked about the multi-quests and how the multi-quests really just kind of lost its track, lost its way. There is the Nightmare difficulty quest there. Work together with other players and take on the Veritas of the Dark, Ashen King Mont, the Crystallite Beast Moraga, and the Realm Scourge. Yeah, nobody's doing these quests anymore. Anybody on the recruiting list? Anybody here doing any sort of multi-quest? Yes? No? Maybe so? No. No. Nobody's doing any multi-quests anymore. It's kind of a shame, because especially when throughout the years, it did feel like the multi-quests were kind of an afterthought. Of just like, hey, you can get this equipment training quest and you can do the solo versions, but there's also the multi-quest versions as well. And just gives you more rewards. I'm just like, cool. But what reason is there for this to stand on its own? Not much reason. And when I mean solo these multi-quests, I mean send in a single unit in order to do the job. Not a team, a single unit. You. I don't like that at all. There's our vision chamber. So it's pretty much just went, hey, this is what I'm doing for the next 2 months in terms of background farming, is just putting in, going in, putting in my ice team. Why the ice team? Because they give you an ice unit. So of course the ice team is going to be the most effective. And then just kind of tweaking them around, making sure they have the right espers and equipment and they're in the right placements in order to make sure that they're using the right abilities at the right times. And background repeating as I see fit. That's kind of it. Although you can, and kind of encouraged to do a clear of these quests with all of the different elements. Because, again, more rewards. Where do those rewards come from? I will show those momentarily. Occasionally when you got, especially as things went on, you got a new unit released, there would be a training quest for them. They did modify these trading quests, which was very good. Because originally it was, okay, if you actually want the really good rewards, you needed to have the units within the first week of its release. So you better be going for it. And then they switched it up to, no, you don't actually have to do that. You get a little bit of extra bits, extra rewards, extra upgrade materials if you have the unit, but you don't have to. You can get all the good stuff without even having the unit, and you can get that unit later, which is a much better mentality. Less rush. That's nice. Our equipment, our training quests. Because of the raid revival, it brings back all of the vision cards that are attached to the raids. They're fine. Nothing crazy. I realized I actually didn't do the nightmare of this one. I wonder. Now, this one was so long ago. I wonder what will happen if I just auto fight this one. Give it a shot. See what happens. Because sometimes with the nightmare difficulty quests, they can put up some unfun mechanics in terms of the enemies. A lot of times where either their health is off the charts, like 27,000. Of course, they get their preset turns in order to do their buffs at the very beginning. Okay. 1, 2. Oh, we didn't kill that one. Yeah, we did. Now, those 3 guys, I'm wondering about if they're going to petrify us. If they get close enough. Are they going to get close enough? No. Good. Fine with that. And sometimes their speed is so fast that they even get like 2 turns in. So I'm glad they don't do that right now. Oh, we got Orochi. And I'm using an incorrect element for this. I should be using a water team.
Right into my trap.
Oh, there we go. Scorch and completely melt my ice team with Orochi. Off we go. Off to the races. I'm looking to just finish it, not completely do all the quests. We should be able to do it. Oh, and there's still more enemies coming. Sometimes it's just a really dumb endurance test.
oppose his worship. Thank you.
いかがですか。逃げ切ってみせましょう。
行きな。
I swear upon my name.
まっすりなさい。
The true meaning of strategy. Right, good nuisance.
Ow, ow, ow.
行きな。
Well, at least Gilgamesh is able to take a beating and still be alive, but it's gonna fall eventually.
Power.
しっかりと味わえ。
Yeah, that's it for her. She's good.
Swear upon my name.
いいじゃねえか。
Alright, if anybody's gonna be alive, it's Helena and Jaden.
Claim you.
Okay, got rid of all of his AP, which is nice. Hopefully there's not more than just these 3 units left, because that'll be a problem.
逃げ切れますか。
Okay?
Claim you.
限界を超えろ。
いい力ですね。
I don't know what silence is gonna do. Okay, tones down.
後悔しても遅いぜ。行きな。 行きな。
With courage. We should be able to just shoot him like that. Nice.
これが J なんだ。
Even elementally opposed. Yay, we get 50! We get 50 viz. Huzzah. Yeah, not much else reason to do the nightmare quest. Like, the nightmare quests are pretty much for bragging rights. To just get done. 'Cause, yeah, I do not need the extra vision shards. Because the way it kind of worked is, like, if you were not able to complete the nightmare quest, you went down to the brutal difficulty and just grinded that because you were able to get bunch of shards out of the brutal instead. Okay. Anything else? Did that nightmare. I thought I did most of the nightmare. Yeah. So I probably could do that nightmare one better if I actually wanted to. So there's that. Each of the Veritas units had their own release way of doing things. By I won't go into the details, but by the end of it, it was just like, how are we gonna do dark? Well, let's just give them four quests and kind of call it a day. I found the quest to be honestly a little bit silly, but they're done. And I've always mentioned that there was an alternate story that was happening there. Well, it got 3 chapters called Another Story. Started out with the Warriors of the Crystals, which just introduces a new group of people. Some of the units were good, and also gave an interesting unit who was kind of locked to the progression of the story. So the more you completed the story, the more of the materials that you got in order to upgrade him as a unit. So that by the end of it, he was a fully upgraded unit and was actually honestly pretty viable as a character if you had nothing else to go for him. The story, on the other hand, was kind of where the weakness was kind of showing in terms of it being a mobile game. Like the first one was let's meet all of the different elements and kind of introduce all of the characters, and then the big bad shows up at the end and we fight and we learn how to be a better character. Chapter 2 was well, we got a couple of other characters that we kind of omitted from the first chapter. Let's bring them in. And then let's bring in the opposites. Let's bring in the Warriors of the Void instead. And they were just not compelling in terms of being villains. And it wrapped up with Ashes of the Apocalypse, which brought in the kind of evil versions of well-known characters in the story. And also, it wasn't really compelling either, because it was just all burn things to the ground. Burn to the ground. So you did that. They tried other things in order to do kind of challenges in terms of the game. So they brought in the Path of the Conqueror. By the time you got to the 20th challenge, they're like challenge 20 again was for bragging rights, because by that time you're just getting like a single item for completing the quest. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop-de-doo. They did this twice, and it was the same kind of deal. It was really like, hey, you want to blow off some steam? Go out ahead. Now, the thing I will do is look at all the upgrade materials that you were able to get. Look at all the money you're able to get from the guild chamber. This was a valuable thing on the weekends when it was open. Look at all the Esper materials that you do not need to worry yourself with at all, because it has never been updated since year one. It has always been a single thing, a single option. We've never upgraded the Espers to be more psychotically complicated, which is a good thing. We have all of our elemental materials, and we also have our wonderful thing, the Wayfarer's Chamber, where I will go ahead and I'm going to show off one playthrough of the Wayfarer's Chamber. It's been forever since I've done it, and there's a reason for that. It is something that I have done every single day, and it's just, hey, have your units, and they can go ahead and destroy the units with ease. You can pick up some tools, you can pick up some things in the chest. All right, makes total sense.
Witness the finest of plans put into action.
素晴らしい力ですね。ありがとうございます。感謝します。
And that's it. Whee! Now do that 12 more times. You complete that. You get your materials, and then you can go and complete the quest. But I'm gonna go back in and show you what the normal way at this point is like. Because only a chump would do the actual mission and show it. That's what the skip tickets are for. And you can see I have 17,000 of the day. I'm going to just use 12 in order to do the mission 12 times instantly and get all the rewards. Whee! Look at all the rewards. Look at all the shiny things I'm getting. Yeah. Look at that. Why can I only do it 13 times? Why can't I do it as many times as I want? Well, it has to come down to these tokens that you get. So without these tokens, you could only do the chambers a maximum of 3 times unless you were to pay Visior in order to unlock more, which you had to do every single day because that reset. So with these things, you were able to upgrade different aspects of the game for you in many different ways. It was outstanding when they put in the Wayfarer's Chamber. It just was. All right, what is my time? Because I saw that it ends in 1 hour, so it's looking like it ends at 1 a.m. my time. We got a training. We got a key quest. I love that in posterity, I kept a JP Reward XL key. I feel absolutely insane for that. I'm going to go into my inventory. My items. I have to go through all of my trash. There it is. The JP Reward Quest XL key. There was not one that has been released, but 2. And at the time it was not just for job points. It was for affinity. Affinity is a dead system in the game. It was removed because it was not fun. It was not cool. Key closed incandescently before disappearing as if to celebrate the challenger's victory. Word. Just the same as like the Phoenix Down. I like remedies. I think I used remedies like once. And that was for dealing with like spike. Constant. I am sick of it. Stop putting frostbite on my characters. An antidote. Yeah, so many items that were just squandered and not even helpful. Look at all of these skip tickets that I cannot use from all of the different collaborations and Trials of Reckoning. Whoa! I gotta get out of here because I'm gonna be stuck on looking at stupid items forever. Now, I've only used the XL. I've only seen the XL mission once. So, what time is better than to do it now? And see, one of the very last times we can look at the XL version of the JP Reward Quest. Now, when you're doing the JP Reward Quest, you better be putting on the Ovalites, which it really doesn't matter how much Ovalite you put onto it. It will just say you put on too much and will just return the rest of your inventory. So I'm just going to go whee. So they have that much Ovalite, but they will never use that much Ovalite. Should I outfit them with items? Maybe. I'm gonna put the Phoenix down on, and I'm gonna get the remedy. I'm going to find Oh, don't tell me I don't have any more potions. Did I use all of them? I only see small potions. Oh, me, what did you do, me? Oh, put in the elixir. I've never seen another elixir in my life. Ether. Yeah, maybe the turbo ether. Ah, there's my X potions, all 57 of them. That's good. All right. Finally, I can out-kit. Put a kit on my... Get on my people. I can even bring a companion? That's odd. Who should I bring as a companion? Let's bring Ramza, because that is suitable. And we're going to do it manually, because we can, and we should. And I'll show off what the initial placement looks like. It won't take very long. Again, these kind of missions are meant for instant completion, not for actual thought. But when we're doing it this way, I can move my characters to any open starting spot that is available on the map. So now we can get a taste of what the actual combat in this game is actually supposed to be like before it was totally butchered. Good to go. Setting it up.
I'll protect everyone.
この良き日を共に祝いまし
Now
ょ
the
う
other thing I want to do is don't put that on. That on. I want to put the ability effects on. And slow that down. So we're at normal speed. Look at me moving around. I'm moving them around wherever I need them to go. That's lovely. So we can go in, and as you can see, I can just hit with a mage, and this bomb will go down because it's level 1 versus my level 104. But I could also use a whole bunch of different abilities from the list. I want a multi-hit, so I'll use the key formation. Oop. I want to use the key formation. Thank you. And it does require a little bit of charge time, so it's going to take a while for it to use 6 turns. Okay. The other thing that makes it show that how stupidly simple this fight is going to be is that the enemies won't get an attack until turn 13. Yeah. This is just like gimme, free gimmies. I want to attack the bomb. Nope, can't attack the bomb. I don't need a range 4. Ah, this works. I just need a wider range because, yeah, Murakumo is big enough and will deal with the height as well. Okay, let's do it. Lovely. And we have him wait. Now I could, with Jaden, just shoot the other bomb. But I can also use a bunch of different buffs. Like you. Give me more AP for a turn you will never have, and I can point them to the right.
その命
Maybe
お願いと言いましょう
can you do maybe you can also fight the bomb, and you can also. Occasionally, archers are better than gunners because gunners will just kind of shoot horizontally through anything. So if a character is in front of a thing that you're trying to fight through, that just becomes friendly fire. But archers have an arch. Hence name. So you're able to deal with that. But for now, I'm just going to be using. Let's move you a square, and then we can on all 4 of them instead of all 5, or the 3 of them. Look at all of the buffs and all of the information. Are you taking in anything? Probably not. That is not what we're doing here.
Witness the finest of plans put into action. The true meaning of strategy.
Yes, standing there, not doing it. And that gives you a taste of year 1 and how that was being done. I have to look back on my footage because I clicked through that too fast. Hold on, how many job points was that? That was 250,000. 250,000. Wow. There is a maximum job points that a character is able to hold, and that's 999,999. Before, you either have to use them or you have to bank them. And that was the only JP XL key that I had left. Because the last one I used was well over a year ago. The challenge keys have been completely useless for years because who is needing any one of these crafting recipes for anything? And the magicite keys have also been useless because there are so many other ways in order to get magicite to enhance your espers. I showed off the archives in my video, but this is where all of the extra stories are that could not fit in the main story. Introducing characters, moving characters forward, sometimes literal side stories like the Great Detective story. Some people will say, well, it's completely useless. Yeah. You're right. You're right. A lot of the B plot that I mentioned, which technically is the Mornblade story, is in these side stories, like Dreams of a Swordsman, In Search of Thunder Edge is another one. There was a whole mess of things involving ninjas, and a lot of the ninja subplots were in here, like Gogon Saiga and In the Night of Hope. There was even a characters who were introduced in side stories to be potentially used later, and that just never happened. It was just like, yeah, my name is this, I'm around. Sorry, I don't know where to put you, but here. It also allowed for flashbacks, for fleshing out other characters as well. So To Bloom of the Battlefield is about like the mother of a character. Darkness in the Heart was actually a very important story in terms of one character moving on in order to actually be a part of the story again. Wedding events, introducing that. I think Into the Untainted Light was also a very important one in terms of a redemption arc there. Another background, and then we kind of ended up on two flashback stories, or those of Absent Heart, and that was kind of how it ended there. I just wanted you to look at the little bit of the scroll that's over on the side here, and think about how many pieces of equipment and their training quests have been released in the last 5 years. Too many. Way too many. They also did this with units. They never did it with UR units, though. These are all MR units, the mega rares instead of the ultra rares. Some of them saw their light of day occasionally. And the other thing that this game kind of gave up on was the idea of the challenge quest. They only did 5 of them, and the 5th one was like in the end of the 2nd year or into the 3rd. So there wasn't much. Oh, the story. I'm going to show where the story stopped. This final little section. This final little section. Where did the story stop? Completely out of context. You don't need to know anything that's going on. For context's sake, we have this crew here who is currently in a place called the Netherglade. The Netherglade is apparently the place that houses the Mornblade. And they are being hunted by a whole bunch of the exact same character. Yes, that is a plot point. It's long at this point that there's no English acting anymore.
魔界たちの傷が修復され、再び立ち上がる気配は今のところはない。
Yeah, so this kind of goes off the rails in a bunch of different angles when it comes to how long the story has been allowed to go on. Because yeah, we've introduced robots into the story, and robots that look like sexy women. I think they were trying to pull off their own automata story with the simulacra unit and just a team that was going after the Mournblade in order to bring it back because of the creator who is making them, who we have never seen at all because they don't not even belong to the setting. They belong to a place that is above the falls, which is in the northwest border of the continent.
だが、その機会を伺っているだけの可能性も。
その通りだ。
シュテルたちの後を追いかけなくていいですかね。魔境にマサチカとやらがあるなら、私たちよりももっと大変な目に遭ってるかもですよ。
そうだな。しかし。
ごめんなさい。
いや、君は悪くない。
それなら。
For the most part, about 90% of the cast that has been shown in the main story are playable units. Unfortunately for Global, Moore, if she has another point of talking, no, it's just Seymour and Howlett. Yeah, Moore, who although is talking about, she is an available unit in the Japanese version, but she never came over to Global.
もしもそうなれば、残された者が危険に巻き込まれる事態に陥りまくりますからな。となれば、万が一のために二人の男で守るのが最善策だと存じ上げますですぞ。
だが、本当にお前一人で大丈夫なのか。
私は
Not enough conciseness in terms of the dialogue, which has really dragged this down.
すぐにシュテルたちに合流しますから、ご安心くださいませよ。
わかった。だが、危険と感じたらすぐに引き返すんだ。いいな。
お任せあれ。
オルドは君に何かあれば天国の村が悲しむ。
行ってくるですよ。
The flag transitions are always nice. Meanwhile, over here. It definitely gave you an idea of which group you were going to next. That was Gilgamesh's flag, but because of Gilgamesh not really being involved in the story enough yet, we kind of get this trio who is a little bit further into the Netherglade.
シュテル様。あれがカーシャか。
So this was supposed to be our next unit that was supposed to be releasing after the 9 collaboration. Apparently, she is quite good.
逃げた。
ラマダの姿を見ているはずだ。覚えていないのか。
のか。
The story
なぜ逃げる必要が
reason for her, unfortunately, is, well, we have Ramada with the big spear. They belong to the same group. Never been mentioned before until Convenience showed up.
逃げたのではない。その可能性もございますわ。どういうことだ。逃げたのではなく、私たちを誘っている。そう思えたのです。
誘っている
ええ。詳しいことはカーシェ本人に聞くのがよろしいかと。
そうだな追うぞ
From one more story bit? No.
No, that was it.
Yeah, it was just go after Karsha, and that's how the story ended. The annoying thing I had with the story is that I feel like with the last couple chapters, because when did it really we have believing in heartbeat the day shall come? And that was that was where all the simulacra and the Melinas were showing up. It was love is selfless. There was a lot of the Netherglade and getting into the Netherglade stuff that just felt so padded. Where it's just like, yeah, if you just condense it and go, there was all these things and then they got split up and then fight, instead of all this trepidation that was really needless. Like, the story could have been going a lot faster. Also, what is the story even about? Because I didn't even mention that at all. Well, the story is about two princes, Mont and Stern. They are of the Kingdom of Leonis. They are both heirs to the throne. Who is taking that? Well, either one of them could. Long story short, Mont takes the throne, as Stern is more of the Dark Prince than Mont is. So Mont becomes the King of Leonis, whereas Stern is kind of casts himself out in order to find meaning and usefulness in his life. Finds darkness, embraces darkness, becomes overcome by darkness, and then has to transform the darkness into his own light, which turns into finding Gilgamesh and training under him in order to get the kind of fancy armor that you might have seen in that cutscene. I just summed up about 4 years worth of story right there for Stern. So yeah, there was the war there. There's some love interest. You don't really need to worry about that whatsoever. Then you have part 2, which is, well, now we have the new King of Leonis, but we have a whole bunch of other countries that are vying for its attention. So you can see the world map there, where we have Horn for the bull, we have Leonis with the lion, we have Wazet with the wolves, we have Fennis, which is a snake. There was the threat of Fennis against Leonis and Horn that was put down at the end of chapter 1. And then we were learning more about this white dot here, the Crystal Sanctum, and the weird magical golden armor that was coming out of the Crystal Sanctum that a bunch of people had, which were giving them heightened, almost supernatural abilities, but was also corrupting them. Then we get into part 2, where we see the other 3 countries that are also around, being Rundal, Heindler, and Ovis. And we get to see the uptick in Rundal wanting to get involved in more conquest. Heindler being the partner with Rundal, and the whole weird kind of relationship that the kings had between that, and also the kind of like Ovis kind of being in the middle with everything there because they were going to be outclassed by the two other countries fighting against them. Then you have this yellow piece right up here. Ariel. Heavenly place thought to exist atop the fall. A massive waterfall far to the west of Leonis that divides the Ardra continent in two. It is said that the Winged One fled here to watch over the palace's ethereal goddess and the sanctuary in which she is enshrined, but no one is certain whether this is fact or fiction. This is Gilgamesh's place there, and it's kind of where a lot of the explanation of the story of part 3 was going on. So at the end of part 1, Leonis kind of became a no-go zone because a giant crystal came out of Leonis Castle, floating above the entire place, leaving a giant cloud of miasma. By the time of the end of part 2, when the war between Rundal and Heinler and Ovis was also dying down, that crystal kind of gave birth to the giant villain of part 3, known as the Realm Scourge. And then we had to get a whole bunch of backstory on who the Realm Scourge was, which is kind of this giant supernatural being who has the ability to pretty much devastate and destroy the entire continent. It is Gilgamesh's duty to stop the Realm Scourge. And when it comes to watching over the palace's ethereal goddess, the ethereal goddess's name was Amnilus, who is also Gilgamesh's lover, who sacrificed herself in order to prevent the Realm Scourge from awakening. Well, unfortunately, also had to pretty much be absorbed by the Realm Scourge. And yeah, so the Realm Scourge is running amok. And it is going to be up to a combined effort of all of the countries of the continent in order to stop the Realm Scourge, on top of getting access to what is called the Morn Blade, which is like a combination of 6 other blades in order to find the location of his 7th blade, and through the use of all of the 7 blades are able to defeat the Realm Scourge and save the day. This is kind of what I mean by when I said in my video, like, you really, once you have like these little bits and pieces, the basic pieces, you kind of know what's going to happen at the end of the story. There's not much to it. Okay. We have that. I'm going to go back to part 3, Seeking the Future. Because apparently what they still want you to do every single day is do a story quest. Every single day. Well, I have over 29,000 skip tickets, so I'm going to be using one in order to clear that story quest. Mission done. Mission done like every single other time we're doing this. Oh, the Whimsy shop opened. I didn't really talk about the limited time kind of things that open when you do enough things in this. The Whimsy shop is pretty useless, though. It is there as just a deep form of fear of missing out on very simple, relatively easy to get materials. Like in the first year, they were harder to get. Like this Wyvern statue was very difficult to get because there was very few places that were dropping them. Very few places that you were able to exchange for them. And you didn't have a lot of energy to go around in order to just like hope and pray that you got them. So yeah, the Whimsy shop was like was kind of like what you were searching for in the first year. But for the rest of the years, really not important. Not at all. You could also get Fever, what's called Fever, in the Chocobo expeditions, which means that you just have an opportunity in order to get more rewards when you bring back your Chocobos and whatnot. Now let's hide into the little bit of the subsystems here. So we have the world map here. without all of the bits that are kind of going around here. So we can kind of see Ardra, and we can even go further beyond into the unknown over here, but we really can't because I feel like this was underdeveloped. And they really kind of gave up in terms of expanding out and bringing more stuff here because this is very tactics inspired, where you're able to go and we actually have like a world map almost. Except we don't. This is just kind of half-assed by the end of it, where it's just like, okay, we have all these different locations. If you go into the locations, you're given a drop-down list and you can complete a whole bunch of quests based on the units. They're called the hard quests. They're not hard. They lost their bite very, very long ago. And these are for the units, for the vision cards, and also for the character quests. And character quests open up when your units reach a certain level. 40 and 80, respectively. And there's also a third version, but I think that also opens up when it's level 80. Is there a third that I can do on this one? No, not at all. What if I went to an obvious one? It would have to be one that has a bit here. Oh no, this is where a lot of the collaboration stuff is. Only here at Montez. God, it's gonna be hard to find them because I've already done them, so I can't just like skip to them very easily. Oh no, this is terrible. Surgery? Where could they be? No. I really hope it's not like in the other map. Might as well go to the other map at this point. Oh, no, there's Dialdo. Oh, Panera? Okay, I'm going to the other place. Going to the other place. Here's where the other map is. But again, it's just lists. It's just a whole bunch of lists. It's kind of dumb. No other way to say it. Yeah, here's the second version of a whole bunch of different ones here. It's like, hey, you can upgrade your characters even more. Here's a third one. So what level do you have to be for this one? For Diablo 3. Level 99. So it was 40, 80, and 98. Okay. Makes sense. That's all I needed to know. So you would do the hard quest in order to get more shards for your unit in order to level them up. You do the character quest in order to get more. And then hidden under me is another side menu that they completely abandoned. Subquests. They put in side quests and really just stopped doing them after doing a few of them. I think they revived it once and then never again. So they did defeat the enemies, enhance the things, get the thing, do the thing, play in the thing, clear the thing, enhance the thing, win and clear the thing. There's a lot of redundant systems, and I thought there was 10, but there's actually 10 pages. So they brought in a bunch, but come on, really? They couldn't do more than that? But I think it's because they looked at the system and went, this is really lame, and we can do it in a different way. Including just putting it as regular missions and whatnot. Pay a visit to the shops. It was very beginner coded. So yeah, they really were yeah. A lot of these, I'm looking back on it and going wow, these were something. Woo. Yeah, pay a visit to the shops. Twice they offered that. Okay. Well, they made it easier. They consolidated it. So now you can do all 10 of your hard mode quests very, very easily. Except I need more energy. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to pick up my 200 and my 100 here, which is going to unlock that bit. 10 more. Open up that treasure chest. That's claimed. And now I can do the hard mode quest. So that, because when I'm skipping them, it's also going to take my energy, which is going to be 200. So I'm going to do it. And get my final batch of unit shards that I probably won't even use in any conceivable way. They tripled them for the shutdown. Honestly, it should have just been triple for such a long time. But progression and all that. But yeah, it resets every day. But this is the last reset that it'll ever have. And of course, you can also do it with the vision cards. But with the vision cards, you can only do one attempt. And it's a total of 6. So it's like, yeah, we can do 2 for the units, but only 1 for the vision card. Yeah. But I've already maxed out all the vision cards that I can. So there we go. All those hard modes are all done. And we have 82. Was there any other missions that I have not done yet? So I get to check my mission list. So every day I get the Royal Rank 11. Performed the summon. I watched the ads. I did my friendly matches. There we go. I have all of them. So what does it look like when you do all of your bits there? It's like this. So if you complete all of your progression, you do get 10 royal points every single day in order to increase your royal rank. Now, if you were actually free to play, that doesn't mean anything. Plus, you also get this. You also get experience for your player rank. I will never see rank 200. It won't happen. I looked at the Japanese side in terms of someone who's playing every day. Player rank is 202. So it's 4 behind. That's how slow it comes out. Because the only way in order to get experience is either through doing all your daily chores every single day, or through completing the story quests. And that is only something you can do when they release new story quests. So, good luck with that. All right, all of them are claimed. The events, there were so few events. Sometimes there was some with collaborations. They brought in the Day of the Visions, which was every 10 days you would have special missions in order to get medals for that specific thing. You have your milestone missions where with quests, I'll go into the completed bit. Here's all the completed stuff you're able to do there. All the past rewards. Actually, you were given a whole bunch of royal points right off the get-go. I didn't realize that. But yeah, it's filled with rewards for completing the story in different ways. And then monthly, you got, if you were completing the story quests a certain amount of times, you also got rewards, as well as the hard quests. This was true for so many things. Like on the Farplane side, you got rewards for completing the selection quests for each of the elements, completing a certain amount of multi-quests. All of the Wayfarer's Chambers were all in here. For battles, there was the guild battles and there was the duels. Unfortunately, I will not be getting the final one because we did not win yesterday's guild battle. Don't know what that click was. Problem. In the events, I don't know how long this is going to go for because the amount of events that exist in this. Oh, we're done. I was expecting it for it to go long. But the amount of events, and look, like here's all the multi stuff. Complete the multi stuff. You get more rewards by doing it sort of multiplayer. Good luck with that. There are so many things. So many things. So many things completed. The only ones left are the ones that kind of happen in perpetuity. There is no end point to these ones at all. Yeah, I didn't get any element to complete 400. Water was one away. Water was one away. I can fix that, I think. Yeah, I think I can fix that, though. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Yep. I know exactly where to go in order to get that. Okay, back into the events. And we're going back into the enhancement quest. We're going to that bottom bit. To that nightmare quest. Because I did it with the ice team, so let's put in my water team. My water team. Astrius needs... I'm going to put Heaven's Cloud on him. I can give them a commander as well. Commander was one of the last things they kind of put in for the units to do in War of the Visions, and I feel like it was half-heartedly put in. Because, as you can see, we can only use one commander, because the rest are ineligible for the game mode, because the developer says so. And as you can see, this commander is no good for my water team because they don't even get advantage of the commander ability. The only thing they get is more health. So, whatever. Are there better water units that I could put in here? There's Axia. I'm not going to switch them right now. Let's see how this works. I just want to see how this works. Not changing and doing reloads when this game is finishing in less than an hour.
Onwards, embrace this and return the beauty of death. The time.
Well, I don't know about you. I'm going to let this go for a moment. I need some more water because God, it's late. So, I'll be right back. Enjoy the fight.
This battlefield shall be blessed. Springtime storm.
I will fight to protect Leon. Now you fall.
The pleasure of your death will be mine alone.
Wide open.
Corpse will be beautiful. This'll hurt.
Go to your grave.
Okay, what I miss?
Wide open.
Silence.
Oh, is this where we're gonna get trounced?
This is my beautiful ideal.
Like Varustos of the Water should... Nope. Not gonna be support right now. We're just gonna smash things to pieces.
Oppose his worship.
Yeah, I was going like, Kareem's taking a lot of beating.
Thank you. This'll hurt.
If any character I would need to replace, it's probably Elda. That spear user, because Elda's just too slow. I think what's also funny about Elda is that that's the young version of Elda. from one of the flashback side stories. They made young Elda a water unit, but the Elda is one of the first units you got at the very beginning of the game, and Elda in the main story is a fire unit. I don't know how they choose the elements there, but I just found that kind of amusing there. Water's down. Oh, Jume's gonna be down pretty soon. Oh, both of them are gonna be down. Okay, that's bad. Okay, Elda can't do this on his own. This is not a good setup. I don't have faith in Elda. No, there's too many follow-ups. Yep. He's going to take a beating, but... Yeah, just too slow. And then he's just going to poke him. Oh no, he's going to use Bahamut. Pick down another unit, but that's it. That's it. Dang. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. It was a nice thought, but yeah. Because I could switch Elda for Exia, and possibly it would work. And then I can put her... I don't want to use her staff, though. Her staff is made for her. The Tesserin Prayer Staff I can put on her. Is there a better water unit that I could use? Water Esper? Not for magic. Not for Leviathan. I guess I could use Siren. Siren always comes in clutch. Using Dark Siren, using Sahuagin King. I guess I can put Dark Leviathan on Astraeus. The other one I would probably switch is Perrine, but I don't know about switching to O. And I said I wasn't going to be doing this again, and then I'm doing it. I'm running out of time. I'm going to pull it. Just need agility. So, halfway down my list of trash here. You have to develop some sort of like tumor in your brain to figure out how to deal with the trust equipment. It is such an absolute mess of a system. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I look at this and go, like, how do you know what any of this looks like without actually investing time and memory space to go, yeah, this is exactly what I want, and this is the reason why. So, oh my god. What an absolute joke. But this definitely shows that I have not updated my team at all in a very long time. Yeah, those gauntlets. Should I put the dragon claws on her? Dragon killer. Or she's a dragon. That could work. That could work. I'm looking for something different than that. That's an aim. Maybe she could use the scrap steel. Yeah, let's give it the scrap steel. You are using a magic. That's a silly thing for you to have. So what if I gave you that? Let's make sure you actually have magic things on your face. Odin's fine. Sildra. Yeah, Sildra's fine. Terrapin deep. Maybe I can get a better thing for Veritas. Not the sortilege. Oh wait, it's a Veritas. So I should be putting a crystal on my Veritas. That is what they're there for. And then I can put a ring. A ring on green. Why not? I have to think about all my other builds and how I constantly am using a similar piece of things for her, which is boots. Let's see how this does. This will be my last attempt because I have other things to do. I have close to 40 minutes. I'm still thinking about team composition.
Onwards, embrace the quiet beauty of
Darkness, nihilism, evil.
You are destined to fail. Begone.
So, shall we begin then? Sorry? ここで止まるわけにはいかないの。
My deepest thanks. Foolish children. Do you not think that give up already?
That worked. Yeah. Veritas works very well there.
Field shall be black. This is for you.
This is where I feel like it's better to intervene with what's coming next. Because what the AI does not love using is AP restoring items. So I'm going to use that. And have them not move because that will make sure that they act sooner rather than later. So much Scorch though. Especially Brain. Yeah, let's do that. Less attack. And doesn't need to move. Exia, you can do whatever you want. Okie dokie. And Veritas, you can do whatever you want. June also needs AP. So you must do this. Okay, that takes care of Soul. And now Astrius can do more skills instead of just bonking things. Okay, how does follow up? Alright, let's see how this works. Loading. Nope.
I shall use this all who oppose his worship.
You shouldn't.
Thank you. Springtime storm.
Down. And hopefully we can take care of Dialdo. There. Okay, better position. Exia just needs to do the right thing. Okay. That's fine. Veritas.
Poor
not quite what I had in mind.
Have some fun.
Ow. There has being punished for doing stupid things. See ya.
Stay strong.
I'll strike you down. Wide open.
Long as they no, brain.
Hear me, Chris.
God. Yeah, that's the problem. That is the really big problem. Okay, bye, Astrius. Now June's the slow one. She does have courage, at least. Okay, June. Can you smash people? Well, you kind of can. Not enough, but you can. Alright, now I just have to hope that she has enough defense on herself to ride this out.
This'll hurt.
Alright, that's the end of Mont. Just Catone left.
Blame you. Springtime storm. I swear upon my
No, that's launch. That's fine.
This is for you. May there be
Well,
happiness.
that's a success. I'll take it. 400 tickets. No new things got. Okay. So we can collect those rewards and absolutely use them, right? Nah, it just means that the water type. There's no water type? Oh, shoot. They capped out at 400. That's surprising. I'm glad I'm learning things. Apart from that, so we had all the events, we have all the training there. Like, hey, did you consume enough Vizier over millions and millions over the course of years? Yes, you absolutely did, you freak. And finally, the Farplane Archives, which would... Is this where all of the missions are absolutely going to be? They absolutely are going to be here. They're not in the events. They're over here. Oh, God. Oh, my God. There's so many. There's so many. There's so many. Help. There's so many. Oh, my God. 5 years scrolling a list to get all the way down to the challenge quest. Oh, my God. That lastly leaves the pack menu. Pack quests haven't been a thing in years. These were things that you had to purchase, and when you purchased them, you were able to get rewards based on like your player rank, or your player rank, or your player rank. That was it. That was the only thing that was ever there. All right. We got our final medal, final token, which brings us to a grand total of 12. And what can we spend them on? We can't spend them on maximizing vision card there. And we can't use them on here either because, yeah, why would we enhance them now? Why would these be shut off? They're supposed to be shut off. Well, I guess I know why it's shut off. Because it is now May 30th. That's why. Oh no, I'm late. How dare I? Okay. Alright, time to collect our presents. Our final presents. Look at all the things we can get. Oh, did we get our... Oh no, that was yesterday. 388. We get our 500, we get our Veritas medals, and we get our rewards for watching those indemnable acts. So, let's pull. Let's pull. I'm going to start with my 9 rare tickets to see if anything comes out of there. Probably won't. I expect nothing. And I get nothing. Okay. So, all of the Visitor is going to be going to the select unit. Out of the 300 cost units that I'm missing in this list, I'm looking for Vernera. That's who I'm looking for. I was looking for her after I skipped her. I'm not looking for Mont. If I get it early and can switch in order to try and get Vermont as well, I will. Alright, let's see what happens. 7 pulls. Begin. You kind of know what's going to be showing up when the load times are actually short and quick. I got a Shelsa out of that. One more time. Come on. Oh, Soddily. Okay. Alright. Number 4. Nothing in that one. See, it's like we're getting medals out of this, but even the medals aren't actually helpful anymore. Okay, we had to go all the way to a full meter once again. There be anything here? 12.5% chance that we'll get the unit we're looking for. Last time I did this, I got the wrong selected unit. The problem with this one is that you have to select from both of them and not just from one, which sucks. Unless, well, could I unselect from the? No, you are required. That's poopy. I don't like that at all. All right. 1 UR unit guaranteed. It doesn't have to be the ones that you featured. Here we go. Nope. I got a Grifford. I got a Grifford. All right. So that means one last pull. The fates decide. That's the one I didn't want. I got Lilith again. Curse you two. Curse you two, game. Kept giving me Lilith when I'm wanting the other one. Alright. And with 539 left, I can go about using that in the anniversary shop. I can go and purchase. Now, are there... Yeah, there are 6 blossoms that I can go and pick up. Let's do that. And I can pick up one more of this to get 10 more Rainbow Vision Spheres. All right. So I want to check my mastery because I'm interested. Okay, it's for my ice mastery. Get my next micro improvements right there. I'm surprised I was able to get all the masteries up above level 50. Took a bunch of pushing. So I'm gonna sort these by level. The units of this game are stellar to look at. Like, the art has been some of the strongest pieces out of this game. Like, if you've ever seen anybody talk about Final Fantasy Tactics or a bunch of different Final Fantasy games in general, chances are in the thumbnail they're probably using art from this game, and even they can't say where the art is coming from. And even the people who might be in the comments of those videos also don't know where the art is coming from. I'll show that off in greater detail, especially when it comes to the collaboration unit. Like I said, this game had a lot of collaborations with itself. Rod Durando. What a character. Him and Gargus, the other masked kind of weird character, they have a foster son. They just foster an orphan kid. They're not bad guys. They look like bad guys, but they are. Like Persona. Here's Queen. Never upgraded her because, like most collaborations, Queen isn't good. Sorry, Makoto. You just kind of get the shaft so many times. We get our seasonal units. Not much of the seasonal units we're really interested in. I think Sedia was the first character I honestly pushed for and never got and regretted. To the point where it's okay, I'm just gonna not bother with this. And yeah, I didn't get her until Shutdown. Until this moment. Which I can honestly go and upgrade her right now. It will take 5 out of my 21. I can only upgrade 4 of my units that are not to 120. Only 4. Dang. Renan also did not do. And then a lot of the Void characters I didn't go for either. Even though apparently Rysol is one of the biggest players in there. Viga is a terrible character. Dialdo's boring. Rogia doesn't get enough time in the spotlight to shine. I don't even know which character is the one that has the most variants. I'm pretty sure it's Helena. Because if I were to go and not do that, if I were to go back out, did I do it? No. So this is the first Helena you get. Helena Leon. She's pretty bad because her main job is Green Mage. And Green Mage is a terrible job. But then she started popping up in everywhere else. So, does she have a fire variant? I don't think she has a fire variant. So yeah, she was at the start of the game, but she was also at the end of the game because of the Rose Regalia. Our lovely Rose Regalia. Wind is her bad version. Earth. She doesn't have an Earth variant. Doesn't have a Lightning variant. No, doesn't have a Lightning variant. Does not have a... So there's only 4 versions of her. Because she has a light variant. Flashback version. Helena the Black Rose. This is lovely. Yeah. And then An oldie but a goodie. Which, where is she? There she is. Black Rose Holland. Black Robe Bridge. Mm-hmm. There's 4 versions. Yeah, I don't think there was any character out there that that had 5. Anyway. Going back, we have the Ketones. We were getting into the seasonal. We were more into the seasonal units. So we have the summer. We have our summer bikini girls, of course. Oh, there was the 5th. There's her lightning one. So yeah, she does have 5. It's just that she goes with the multiple ages of her life. Like Lashella has 2 waters, a wind, a fire. I think that's it. I think she has 4. Resnick, and then we get the Halloween ones. His Trustmaster reward was a huge boon for so many people because it was one of the first things to give re-raise to characters. And that was a hard thing to combat. Frederica, Lucia, showing butt. Lucio has 3 versions. This one was really good for Earth Evade. So you put him with Riku. It was like so unstoppable. Ramada has 3 winter, and then her MR design and her UR design. Mashari, who is the love interest. She has 1, 2, 3. I think 3. Ravis. And there's Oberon. There's Zoma. So yeah, you could just get your Dragon Quest in here. There was 3 Dragon Quest characters because there was Zoma, there was Slime, and there was also Zaro. And we'll get to Zaro soon. Golbez, I really wish that Golbez saw more use. Because they put the big metal armor characters in here, and he was like, it was really cool. That was like, oh yeah, Golbez is coming into the game. This is fun. He was definitely overshadowed by X-Death though. Tifa got the short end of the stick with this, and this is her Avon Children design. Itola, or Stola. Wish she was better. Stern, year 1 unit. Like, he was a club. So, and Elda was just like no use. There's no use for him. Now we have our year 1 units pretty much, like Medina, who's from Brave Exvius. There, because there was crossover with that. Rob, who kind of saw some use, but ultimately died. I'm just gonna keep going through. Here's the original Moshri. But all of this art is just completely excellent. Completely. Whisper. Yeah, Frederica. When Gunners were really just kind of coming into their own, like you had Frederica, and there were some maps where you had Frederica or you were dead. Like, it was amazing how much of a coin flip that was. It's just like, okay, can you get through this map without using the obvious person that should be used? Like, Terrell is such a weird design. Especially when he is, the thighs are just showing. Killfire. Whoop. There's Aldoa. I was surprised that, well, and maybe in the Japanese version, Aldoa will get a new redesign, but right now it's like Aldoa didn't get a redesign apart from her alternate history. Volkitone, Ayaka from Brave Exvius, and Eileen from Brave Exvius, who really didn't get used. Cecil. Final Fantasy IV was one of the ones there. Most of the mainline Final Fantasy games were in this game. Like, it was surprising how much they were able to pull off. Like, it was a shame the ones that did not get in. People were desperately waiting for 12. And it just didn't happen. So there's 4. And there's Glacial again. Lucia. Was 2 Lucias? Pretty sure. Rosa was a lovely character to use in the beginning. Like, she was just a great healer when there was nothing else. Kane. Kane was awesome. Kane was such an awesome character to use. That was the point where it's like, yeah, Dragoons were really good characters to use. Like, jump, do no wrong. Yerma, terrible character. terrible character. But axes were also, like, axe class was also not really well utilized. Faravia, if I really wanted to use her, she kind of was an alright tank for magic. Dwayne was alright to use. Olin was alright for selection class. Venera Winter really didn't get to see much use there. Even Victoria. Luartha is a fun character. I actually kind of liked her in the story. Weird to get into like what character she actually is, but I guess the short term is she's a homunculus born from Exia, as well as Whisper and a couple other characters. Trying to recreate Exia in the story, and Luartha was one of the versions of that, who is also known as Sorrow, and reclaimed that and became Falsette before kind of disappearing in the story. Raldor really didn't use there. Well, Sorrel was kind of fun. She was a narcoleptic. I think that's the term for those who sleep at inopportune moments, out of control. She was just a fun quirk of a character to work with. Titus was great to use. There, like they just put his abilities from 10 and put it into a strategy game, and it worked surprisingly well. Like quick hit was a great use of incorporating that into charge time. Very nice. Garvel. I wish I liked his character more. He was the leader of the Arms Dealers Guild. He was coming from an oppressed group in the continent in order to like bring everything up. It just didn't work out really. Orin. There was a bunch of Final Fantasy X characters. Orin was fun to use. Unfortunately, like there wasn't enough with him in order to do what needs to be done. 9S I really wish I used, because every time I was coming up against a team that was using 9S, they knew how to use them. And then 2B, who carried a lot. Carried a lot until A2 came along, and then A2 really outclassed. Owlet never used. The pretty boy. Nivlu was deadly. Like, her design is awesome, and it really pulled into her style, which was like long range status. That was great. Camilla's fun. A pretty boy charisma, but complete coward. And really gets into his own, and could have had a nice love story with Elsorel, but didn't really come through it. Corwell didn't really use him there. Could have, kind of was okay. I really like Lilith. Lilith got a bunch of stuff going on there. Pretty much like second to Mont there. I was expecting her to die in the story multiple times, and she just didn't. And it wasn't for the fact of like she was taking up space, but she was able to just like keep going and keep getting better. That was lovely. Moraga, one of the first villains, met with an unfortunate end, but it was just a kind of a big meat person. Censorship version of Salir, because you can look for the Japanese version where the skirt is a lot higher. More. Really wish there was more to say about her. Really wish there was. Old Tifa. The Tifa team. Aerith was a little bit fun to use. She was a better healer, but was kind of getting going. Not too much. Here's Gargus, our other foster parent. Really wish Barrett was better than he was. And then, Lara. Unfortunately, she didn't see a return, so she was kind of like left to the background. But I don't know. Putting Lara in there and having her in this style, really good. Elna, not really there. Zazan, the meme. So Zazan is one of the 2 N status units, the normal units. The only good thing about him is that he's a good thief that is able to steal charge from an enemy and able to move a huge amount of the map. So much so that the global popularity voted for him to get a UR version. And it was this. And it was quite good. It was pretty much him just stacking re-raises on top of each other. Like, it was so stupid, but it was fun to just, like, get around and work through. It was a challenge in and of itself, and it was also a challenge to make sure that he was working. It was great. Got Jaden. Jaden was a frustrating to use. Like, he should have been better, and he does get better as a gunner. But his first version was, he just fell too easily. Or wasn't able to use, like, his units as well, or his abilities as well as he should have. Lameg is annoying. But his part of the story is left unfinished. And his sister didn't even become playable. And 15 also got a collaboration with Prompto. I've seen Prompto show up a couple times in class matches, which is kind of fun. He doesn't last very long, but it's nice to see that he's still got some use. Minwoo, at least this version of Minwoo. And Aranea, not a great unit, but it's nice to see that Aranea got some got some notice. They recognition. There we go. Varus kind of showed up and oh no, he did show up again, but it took years because the dang Mournblade story didn't keep going. It's so annoying. All right, I want to keep going. Noctis. Noctis was a great unit. Great unit. Ibarra, weird unit because she was a demon. So if you put demon killer equipment on your characters, Ibarra had no defense against it. Farm showed up in the story, disappeared, never came back. Not much else to say about her. Rafal, got her. Got more the merrier. This is our first Lunar New Year character. She was okay, but really kind of ran out of ideas. Locke, Final Fantasy VI collaboration. Look at him. He looks lovely, doesn't he? Yeah, it's great. Also Terra. They didn't go with the green hair with Terra, but there was a potential. Well, actually, even with the return, they weren't looking at doing green hair for Terra. They were looking more at the Amino area. Regalia, Glaciella. Here's Joker. If Persona got a rerun, I think Joker would have shown up a whole lot more in the later years of this game than he did. And Violet also got recognition, which is nice. Violet was actually an okay evade unit for Light when Light evade was all over the place. Hope, he's aight. Nothing huge, nothing crazy. And our first tactics person, Delita. People came in to those first few months of the game when they realized, like, oh, I can play Final Fantasy Tactics again, kind of, with the Final Fantasy Tactics characters. I just need to pull for them. I didn't get Delita until the second run through there because I was definitely not going to get all the characters there. Shreese. I saw the potential in Shreese, but couldn't really pull it off. Slime, my boy. He's the jack of all trades. He's a lovely character. He can equip anything. He can do anything. Is he a bit of a slime? Yes. So easy to kill, but he's lovely. And then Sorrow. Sorrow was the best unit out of the Dragon Quest characters to be brought in. Chunak didn't really get much use out of Chunak, but saw his potential. Ural, good punch woman. Didn't really come back into the story at all, though. And there's our Gilgamesh's lover, Amnelis. I never got over her hair. I really didn't. Really didn't. Yuffie. Integrate. Remake Integrate Yuffie. Annoying to deal with. And there's Ed. Yeah, dealing with Ed was kind of an annoyance there. There was also Hyo. He looks cool. Can't actually cut it, though. Roy Mustang. It was nice to have him. Final Fantasy V. Very excited when 5 showed up. Because we got Lena, we got Bartz, and we got Ferris. And then when it got rerun again, we got Gilgamesh. So that was nice. Jaden the Celebrated. Just Bride. That was for one of the anniversaries. Then the upgrade for Howlett. Irvine for 8. 8 also got its bit there. So we got Squall, we got Irvine, we got Renoa, and I'm not remembering the other 8 character, but we'll eventually get to there. Got Reagan from Exvius. Got Dad. Gurn's back. Not much use out of Gurn's back. Soul from Exvius, based on that storyline that was in Exvius. Grifford, didn't really see much use in Grifford, even though I just got more shards for him, but not enough in order to transcend him. Dagger. 9 was a big collaboration there. It was very exciting. Dagger Garnet was okay, but not the heavy hitter out of the bunch. Zidane carried himself. When Automata came back, they also introduced 2P. 2P could have been better. Wasn't really. Bronwell was an interesting addition to the story because a lot of the antagonists weren't from the continent, like Sodali or Exia. They were from a different continent, Tessera, yeah. Bronwell came with another character who never got playable to just kind of check in on them, almost. Kudaj from Advent Children. He saw some use. And it was kind of a mixed bag whether or not he was successful or not. Duran from Trials of Mana. He was not really that excellent. Not like the Crimson Wizard. Probably the best use of the Crimson Wizard, putting him into a tactics game in order to actually use him. That's fun. And also Angela. Fun that's Angela also showed up at the Veritas of the Dark, which we've already seen. I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to fully transcend him. So let's do that process, right? Because he's the last Veritas unit that I did not fully do. So we're going to go into the Transcendence. And he needs a whole bunch of job points. So, what do I have in my pool? I have enough on my pool. I'm going to take out all of those. Yep, every single drop of that, because I'm going to need it. Okay, and there we go. They have a smaller amount of reincarnations they can do because most of the other characters are able to reincarnate like 84, 85 times before they max out. But the Veritas units only need 10 in order to max out and be the best version of the character they can possibly be. When the Transcendence system came into play, you had to do this individually, one by one. You couldn't do an automatic and have the game cycle through it. You had to do it manually. Boo. All right. Maximum. We got all of the goodies and extras and micro improvements, which are all of those stars. See, and we can go and actually reincarnate him again. And actually, we can't. Sucks to be me. All right. All right. Shadowlinks, which was, well, this one I never used. Got at the end and can't even get her signature weapon because it is tied to a bingo board that doesn't exist anymore. None of these, like, the bingo boards were so frustrating because it was the way to fast track unit upgrades, and you couldn't do that when you got the unit like months later out of a random pull. You had to do it within the, like 2 weeks of the new unit being out. It was annoying. Raph. Winter one was a startling addition. Quite good. Never used Perrine Winter, but was working on actually upgrading her because she was a commander because of how late she was introduced into the game. I think she was part of the holiday release. So I'm just gonna send her and take a bunch of Elena's points. I can feel my eyes dying as I do this because I am so tired. Yeah. Oh, we got 2 minutes. Oh my god, I haven't even shown everything. Oh no. Oh no, everything is gonna go away. Okay. Forget this. I'm gonna go and find my crew there. Okay, so who am I looking for? I found Joker. I found Prompto. I found... Oh no, everything's slowing down because there's so many things, so many elements. They put Vivi in the game. Look at this man. Look at this sweet guy. He is excellent. Cypher was excellent. He was an excellent character. Veritas. And then we had Pain. Pain was also an excellent character. Like, the collaboration units, most of the collaboration units were excellent there. I completely forgot about X-Death. God, X-Death. Look at him. He is beautiful. X-Death is so beautiful. Oh my god. Alright, and who else is in here? Veritas. Yuna? I haven't even looked at any of the clouds. Like, there's Yuna, though. Look at Yuna. Look at how... God, beautiful Yuna. Looking amazing. This version of Cloud, multiple Clouds, Advent Children and Final Fantasy VII Cloud both got in here. And then the death of the game apparently was Addison Rae. If you don't know who she is, it's okay if you don't. She was actually not bad for the little bits that she had for that. Our nice Yuna. Yuna, lovely. Oh, I'm so nervous because the 1 o'clock just took over. Do we leave it on? Do we leave it on the Warrior of Light? Oh, I'm gonna keep pushing it because apparently we're not done yet. We got Engelbert. Thancred. Was kind of a butt of a joke for the longest time in terms of characters there. They had to upgrade him multiple times in order for him to go there. Just before I could say bye, Ayaka. Oh, I'm still on. Okay, let's keep looking. Who else was there? Saw Hope. Okay. I showed Ramza off in the video, but like the fact that Ramza was in there, it was absolutely like, super important. that Ramza got in there. It was a shame that Ramza wasn't as good as could have been. Not compared to another Final Fantasy Tactics character. If I can move over to Ice. And in the vein of, I was looking at all my Ice characters. And they were all, like, I'm looking for this to collapse at any moment. Oh, Agrias. Agrias. Complete devastation when it came to Agrias. Stop me. Stop. Yeah, there's Snow. Snow had no right to be as good as he was. I was doing another story node when EOS hit me. Maybe if I just stay in here, I can keep going. Like, if I don't leave the unit menu, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I can just look at the units and appreciate them for until they boot me out, or my battery dies, or anything happens. Let's see how this goes. What else is there with the collaboration units? Who else? Good game. Where's my collaboration units? I saw two. Yeah, we looked at 2B. We got that Tifa. We got Ed. Got Stan. Got Duran. Lena. Dario. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of collaboration units in Wind, was there? Oh, I am living on borrowed time right now, and I'm not okay. Mustadio. Mustadio was an amazing collaboration character. He wasn't even a UR, and did so much work for me. It was great to have him in there. Okay, who else is there? Bradley, Horse. Anybody else? Yeah. Look at Bradley. Remember how good Bradley was? Great. And then Renoa. I used Renoa a lot more. Probably should have given some of the non-UR characters a whirl. There certainly was some really good MR units, and you kind of learned that through the selection class. Who was kind of top there. Like, if I went into the fire units, I would look at, and I'm not going to sort. I'm trying not to press more buttons. Like Lilith, Lilith was really good. Seymour was really good. In terms of fire MR, what was really good in? Oh, I used Curry. A lot. There. Like he was excellent. I used him excellently in PvP. He was especially when he got his mastery, when he got his masteries and whatnot. Like I was fighting people, right? Who else is there in terms of collaboration for posterity? There was Riku. She lived. She existed in 10-2 form. Okay, our lightning people, which should include lightning. We saw Queen, saw 9S, saw Slime, the bomb that is Skull, the complete bomb. Lovely one there. Lear. There's Cloud. Holding up that Buster Sword. Look at him. Lightning. There she is. Lightning. The one that I kept getting. I don't know about anybody else when it came to the 13 collaboration event, but when it came to the constant grinding of the events there, I all of a sudden got 10 +5 versions of her sword. It was just kind of ridiculous that way. I'm like, come on. Like, I don't know what to do with all of these. Orlando, the rabid, this, like the frothing at the mouth in order to get this guy back then. Man, everybody wanted him. It wasn't Agrias. It was Orlando time. Lovely art of Al. Absolutely lovely art of Al. Ah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And we have last two for Lightning or Squall. Squall is a lovely unit to use. Absolutely wonderful. And Fang, who a lot of people wish got a better fate than she deserved. Got a better fate than what she got. It was like, oh, Fang's coming in? I was like, I would love to use Fang on a team. And then it didn't really materialize at all. What was our water one? Saw Tidus. Saw Lara. Saw Aerith. Kadaj. Celis. Yeah, Celis. Our wonderful tank. Our wonderful absorber of damage. So many of these collaboration units were just like so good in their own right. Oh, that was it. Okay. Light. Saw Cecil. Saw Locke. Saw Violet. Oh, Ramza. Tancred. Warrior of Light. I started over here, but there was one person I was missing because I remembered Mustadio. And that was in the darkness. Because I cast over him, and he deserves his recognition for being an MR who might as well be a UR. Gaff. Garion. And how much pressure he was able to put when he was used. Lovely unit. Oh, right, there's Sephiroth. I forgot about Sephiroth. Overrated, isn't he? Used too much. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Yeah, because I'm like, I forgot. I'm like, the. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we saw Terra. Yeah, I was talking about Terra. Artis. Where was. No, I think. Okay. I was like, is there more water? And I'm like, I completely did scrape over. How dare I miss Ferris? How dare I miss? God. Yeah, I missed like a bunch of fire ones. And making sure that I could fit that. Like, I haven't been booted yet. It's been 10 minutes. I'm just living in this space. Oh my god. Living on borrowed time. Looking at Bart's. There he is. There's your man. He's a man's. Ah. Go back into fire because because it was Lolita and there was Sorrow and Roy, Crimson Wizard. The Slaughter. I think because he was used so much, he kind of became boring. It's kind of annoying that way. But then, oh, look at how beautiful this guy is. Man. Okay. I need to figure out what I need to do. Because I have a feeling if I leave the unit list in any way, shape, or form, I'm done. I have no choice but to leave. Okay? So, I have to make sure that it is absolutely the right decision before I do that. If there's anything else that I can really discuss with any of these characters. We have our Gilgamesh. I keep thinking about. I guess take whatever screenshots you still want of your characters. Yeah, I can totally do that. I remember doing that with Nier. But yeah, like God, even Velrek, who was just like introduced into the story and absolutely wanted nothing to do with the story. I'm like, I respect that. I respect that. Oh man. Yeah. I don't know. I'm able to look back at this VOD for the next little while in order to just admire the art that's there. Because when it comes to people who made that, I was looking at their portfolio a while ago. I'm going to pop that into the chat there. Go back to yesterday. I was looking at it yesterday. Because a lot of people just don't know who what studio did the art for it. Let's see if I can see. Is it? Where are you? Find you. There we go. There it is. I'm just gonna open that up. Page. Yeah, because the art studio is called Psi Designation. And they have worked on several different titles, like Grand Blue Fantasy and a bunch of other Final Fantasy titles. They worked on Shadowverse, they worked on Terra Battle, so they worked with Miss Walker. 14, they've done wonderful key art for 14, Rage of Bahamut, and of course Nier Automata. But yeah, what a lovely piece there in terms of that. Like, no wonder I like them. They even did Nier Reincarnation, of course. That's why I like them. Yeah, and also they have much higher quality images, even for characters that did not come out. I don't know if because I'm looking at one now, and I don't think they have it as part of the name. No, just an asset. But one of the characters that was in the story that was kind of roaming around with one of the other guys. Yeah, even the pink hair, the pink-haired woman as well. There. Who is with the canon person. They don't have everything on their portfolio, just like some of them. But if you're wanting to see like very high quality versions of some of the characters, at least there's something. So it's like it's not just like stuck on a phone, which is nice. Okay. Now I'm just looking at this and going like, okay, we're going to be saying goodbye to this. All right, I'm gonna do it. Oh wait, no, I gotta look at Kefka. I forgot Kefka. He's gonna laugh at me. He's not getting the last laugh. Look at Kefka. Who am I leaving off? Who do I want to say is going to be the one who is going to send me off? If there's anybody who's last chance to look at me. A little bit creepy. Oh man. I can go with a message. Like I could go with I could go with Global's darling, the unkillable. Because guess what? He's finally dead. He's finally dead. We could do that. But I think I'm gonna go with the one that stuck out to me the most in terms of its art, and I think it's gonna go to X. Because my God, if there's anything else that has encapsulated that character and that design, like that is absolutely beautiful. That is beautiful. Okay. Of course, you make it keep blow and clip into itself. Man. This is what some people want, and they don't even get it. Like, I just want a model. Like, you don't get a model. Forget it. Okay, here we go. X-Death is going to say goodbye to War of the Visions for us. Ooh, look at this. Look at the summon icon down there. That is something else right there. What'll happen when we go to it? All right. But otherwise, we can say goodbye. Thank you for playing War of the Visions, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. War of the Visions, Final Fantasy. Operations team apologizes for coming to this difficult decision, and we're sincerely grateful for the support we've received from our players. Conducting maintenance. Are you sure? Thanks for the memories. Check the notice page for details. Well, I would love to be able to, but that's not possible. Also, hey, I would love to return to the title screen, but apparently you're doing maintenance on the title screen. Yep, you are. Ha, man. How dare you? All right. Well, that was the final day. It's done. There's no more. So I'm going to bed. It is I have to be up in like 4.5 hours. So this was special. That was it. Good night. Thanks for being here at the end. And yeah, I have yapped for way too much about a game that I've been playing for the last 5 years. That's lovely. Okay. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here. This is going to be a nice little thing to come back to every now and again to remember what it was like to have this. All right. See you all next time when I announce something else. And take care, everyone. See you all next time. Bye.